Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Hey, we coming back. Hey, oh,
it's in the shoulders. They're lying.
No, that's real. That's how you know if he has.
Let somebody teach them how to post it. Somebody teach them how to post it.
All right, these are your clowns for the morning.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to another episode of the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the other link in the description, joining the Telegram group to make sure that we can help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing within the new black media as of late. Now, with that being said, family, today we have much to discuss. Much to discuss. Family, and I gotta say this. I gotta say this because there's a lot of folks out there that don't understand the power that you wield. Oh, family, the power that you wield is so spectacular. I mean, just like you're so spectacular, you're so, ahead of your time. And a lot of people don't like to admit that, but they end up having to admit it in their actions. Family, we got to talk about them clowns today. And today, family, I want you to put on your top hat. And I need you to go ahead and grab the closest whip to you. If you, if you're so inclined, go ahead and grab one of those leather belts, you know what I'm saying? Because we treat that like a whip. And just prepare yourself to go ahead and become the ringleader of this circus. Let me Let me rephrase that. Go ahead and get comfortable being the ringleader of this circus. Family, when I first made the clip, Send in the Clowns, or when I first took the clip and decided to use it as a drop, it was for this reason and this reason alone. Because when it comes down to our political stance, we stand on business, while everybody else has to follow suit. If you ever questioned the political strategy of foundational Black Americans, well, the ones who are actually participating in politics, because there's some foundationals who want nothing to do with politics. But if you're one of the foundationals who participate in politics, who understands both of these plantations are nothing but the same two wings on the same dirty buzzard, when you understand that and you understand what we've been doing, sitting things out and, actually participating within the furniture party, President Couch, Vice President Love Seat, you understand everything is following us. You understand that everything that they said about us, they proved themselves once again to be the flip-floppers and the hobnobbers, if that makes any sense. These folks are out here to get a paycheck, and wherever the paycheck goes, that's what they're going to say, and that's how their rhetoric is going to flow. These folks came to get a check, and wherever that money goes, their rhetoric will flow. And we're going to talk about it here today. We're going to talk about exactly why is it that you're seeing more and more people starting to grasp what the Black grassroots has been saying all of a sudden. We're going to talk about why more and more people tend to, lean towards some of the things that we talk about all of a sudden. And unfortunately, family, it's not for the reason some people may believe. It's not that these people are starting to come around. No. I want you all to remember, one of the first things you must do when infiltrating any group is infiltrate that rhetoric first. Whatever they're talking like, whatever they're sounding like, you're going to need to, attach yourself to that as well. Before they could switch up what Black Lives Matter meant, they had to co-opt the Black Lives Matter hashtag. Before they could co-opt the definition of woke, they had to start co-opting the word in itself. And, thanks to Barack Obama, things like that was able to happen. Yeah, family, they think that they're going to be able to co-opt foundational Black American grassroots lingo. But here's the difference between now and prior times. Family, back in prior times, we didn't have as many people standing on business like we do now. Oh, man, there's been so many people that's come over to this side of politics who understands that is all about resources. And there's a lot of people who is fighting back. Once you really start listening to the Black grassroots and you start doing it unemotionally, when you start listening to the Black grassroots and you start listening to us non-biasedly, then you start to really listen and understand why people are gravitating towards the Black grassroots. And you have people like Roly Poly Martin, aka Snorlax, the Haitian Snorlax. And you have people like Joyless Reed, who must then come back to you and everyone else after losing people, because that's what's happening. They're losing their base. They're losing the eyes for the ears that need to hear. And once those ears start hearing the truth, the fire which no man can dispute, oh, they can't go back to the artificial. Nah, you can't go back to AstroTurf once you started playing on the grass. You don't want those burns on you. And trust me when I say these people are getting burned trying to play on their AstroTurf. They're making themselves look a lot worse than we could ever do. And all we had to do was say no and stand on our square, stand on our business, and watch everybody come around. Let's get into it, family. I'm going to go ahead and scroll up real quick. Let me give a B1 salute, shalom, to our warrior sister, Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother, Black RU. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here. Our sister, Brenda Thomas, is in the building. Shout out to you. Our sister, Hurricane Nisi, is in the building. Much love and shout out to you, my warrior sister. Intrigue is in the building. Shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Our brother Isaac Holloway is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good brother. The Crawford Experience is in the building. Shalom and much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Sybil in the building. Much love to you. Good afternoon to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. Shalom to you. Our sister Patricia A. Jones is in the building. Shalom to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Priscilla Taylor in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here. Alicia Stover is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, and a happy Wednesday to you as well, my warrior sister. Our brother Dale is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother, and thank you for representing as always. Shout out to the NYC in the building. Shout out to our good brother Christian Wright in the building. What up, though? Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here as well. Rondax is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my warrior sister, as well as 13 Mike Travels is in the building, along with our good brother Rashad Wallace is in the building. Much love to the both of you, and thank you both for being here, as well as our good sister Pamela's only Pamela's Way in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. And shout out to our good brother Isaac Holloway in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as Marie in the building. Much love to you, and much love to you for being here. Thank you very much. As always, our good brother Brandon is in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here. Our brother Chris Radio is in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here, as well as Pink Blue in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here. And yes, you got to be comfortable with being the ringmaster by now. Oh, if you wasn't comfortable back then, by now you should be comfortable cracking that whip and making those clowns jump around, making those lions stand up, making the tigers roll on the ground all over the place, because, oh my, it done got real up in the field. Shout out to you, Pink Blue, as well as Val Hawkins, my warrior sister in the building. Shalom, and thank you for being here, as well as our family, Robert Taylor in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Shout out to Chris Radio. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Joy looks like a boy. Joy looks like a boy Reed and Rotund Roland. Shout out to you for that. Joy looks like a boy Reed. I like that. Oh man, that is awesome. Shout out to our brother William Aaron in the building. Shalom, my good brother, and thank you for being here, as well as Only Us in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Mrs. TT in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Ramo Duff is also in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well as our good sister Astarte Jones in the building. Shout out to you. Shalom, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here as well as our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my warrior brother. And shout out to Frontline News. If you ain't subscribed, go on subscribe. And shout out to Ken Youngland in the building as well. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And one more. Shout out to our good sister, Mrs. TT. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat, my warrior sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always. Now, family, before we get to the circus, we got to get to the circus. But before we get there, there's a couple of things I just want to show you real quick. We got to talk about quickly. It'll be quick. Shout out to Gloria Reed in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. If you have not heard, Lindsey Graham has transitioned to the bottom room. I had to, take a little, life and switch it up a little bit because we all know ain't no upper room for these folks. Lindsey Graham has transitioned to the bottom room. And family, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people want to concentrate on some of the negative things that Lindsey Graham said and done. I want to concentrate on the positive here. The positive thing is Lindsey Graham is no longer here. The positive thing is Lindsey Graham vacated his seat unwillingly. The positive thing here is he's gone. And, nobody should feel any type of way about it. When the devil dies, I don't cry. It's never been my thing. It's never been my thing. As a matter of fact, somebody once said to me, if a dragon came through your neighborhood and blew fire on every house around you, burned that house down to the ground, burned all those houses to the ground, and all the people of the village and your neighborhood, they're all looking at each other the same way. What do we do and how can we protect each other from this type of attack again? Family, when a selected person or a warrior comes out and say, you know what, I'm going to go slay that dragon, do you think the townspeople start sighing? Like, oh man, it was a good dragon. I know the dragon did some bad things. He shouldn't have set our house on fire, but I don't want to see the night take that dragon out. No, all the townspeople who knew that dragon burned down their house, they're in the middle of the streets dancing, singing songs of merriment after the dragon has been slayed. They out here drinking and being merry. No. So anytime one of these devils, which a dragon, quote unquote, kind of symbolizes at some points, anytime a dragon gets taken out, we should take to the streets. And we should be looking like everybody was looking after the witch died in The Wiz. Can't you feel a brand new day? Can't you feel a brand new day? I'm out there dancing in the middle of the street like Michael Jackson's the Scarecrow. Come on now. And don't let nobody ever tell you that that's being empathetic. Excuse me. That's not being empathetic. Don't let nobody tell you that that's a bad thing because you're supposed to have empathy. None of these people have empathy for you, and none of these people had empathy for you while they were living and breathing. They had their opportunity. They had their opportunity. So now that he's sitting in a pit full of fire looking up at you, you're supposed to cry for them. No, save your tears for someone that deserves them. I will not cry for no devil or any god dang demon that's sitting in that hell pit. Not one bit, because god dang it, you don't deserve these tears and you deserve to catch all the heat. My tears will cool down the heat. No. I need you to understand what you did. I am glad you're gone, and I am glad you vacated whatever seat or position of power that you had. Can't you feel a brand new day? Can't you feel a brand new day? Because you was so willing to go around doing things and saying things like this when it comes to things that benefited us, like reparations. Let's go here.
Affected by slavery.
Yeah.
What do you? How do you come down?
I just think we're so far removed from the event. It was the original sin of the country, and I think let's just make it a more perfect union rather than looking back.
I'm gonna run that back, but I just had to say this. He said we're so far removed. You're so far removed from your body at this point in time. Oh, is it too soon? Was that too soon? I'm just saying. We're so far removed away from slavery. Now you're so far removed away from your body, and you're sitting in the pit praying for something to cool that heat down. Let's get back into it.
Affected by slavery.
Yeah.
What do you? How do you come down?
I just think we're so far removed from the event. It was the original sin of the country, and I think let's just make it a more perfect union rather than looking backward, because I don't know where it stops when you do that.
Do you think the idea deserves to be studied further? Some of the 2020 presidential candidates have said that there should be a commission to study the idea.
I'm not there. I want to move. Listen, the original sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it. We're not a perfect country, but we're trying to form.
What? Y'all catch that, family? Did y'all catch that? Oh, we're talking about reparations for foundational Black Americans. And young Lindsay here, young is a hell of a reach. Lindsay here, he slipped up and he actually said what a lot of folks don't want to admit. Let's go here.
With the American Indian, you name it. Sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it. Sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it. Sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it.
Oh, yeah, he had a slip of the tongue. We're talking about foundational Black Americans, and he made sure to say American Indian. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're still having the important important Asians broadcast this Sunday. I had to push it back. However, he's not being hyperbolic when he says American Indian. And they know this. And they've known for a while. I just found that to be very interesting. Let's let them continue.
We're not a perfect country, but we're trying to form a more perfect union, and I don't think this helps.
What's your take on the idea of reparations? Do you think that would be a good?
I don't think any person, black or white, is responsible for what someone else, black or white, did 150 years ago.
Lindsay, you could have been on the right side of history. You chose not to. And now, Kennedy is doing the same thing. But let me say this to Kennedy. I actually agree with you. No one person, black or white, is responsible for the sins of the past. I agree with you there. The American government is responsible for the sins of the past. The American government sanctioned everything that was happening. So you're right. No one person is responsible for what happened in the past, because the government is responsible for what happened in the past. The government is responsible for redress in the very same way the government redressed the so-called Native Americans, the same way the government redressed the goddamn agents that was put in internment camps, the Japanese. It's the same way the government redressed those old slave owners who had to give up what was known to them as property. So you're right. It's not one black or white. No, it's the American government that owes foundational black Americans what has been promised to us, and they reneged on what was promised to us. And that's where you messed up the most. If you would have never reneged on that promise, if y'all didn't come back and take back what was given to us, I guarantee you we would have been in a much better union today. But because you reneged, that debt has ballooned. It is compounded. And now y'all have to deal with it, whether you like it or not. And family, y'all know, for all my spades players out there, everybody who's into playing spades, the worst thing you can be is a renegger. Don't be a renegger. Everybody at the table will get at your head, including your partner. See what I did there? Anyway, let's get back into it.
150 years ago. And I think most Americans feel the same way I do. Slavery was reprehensible. It's indefensible. But reparations presents a whole different issue. And I believe in personal responsibility. And I just don't think someone today is responsible for what someone else did 150 years ago.
He say that while still paying billions of dollars to the so-called Native American. Make that make sense. Yeah, family. These folks know what's up. I'm not going to cry for any one of these devils whatsoever. Y'all remember? Well, when not only Lindsey Graham was sitting there against black farmers getting redress for being cut out of all these farm deals, he likened that to goddamn reparations too. Let's go here.
Percent of it's got nothing to do with COVID. But let me give you an example of something that really bothers me. In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan will be forgiven up to 120% of your loan, not 100%, but 120% of your loan if you're socially disadvantaged, if you're African-American, some other minority. But if you're white person, if you're a white woman, no forgiveness. That's reparations. What does that got to do with COVID? So if you're in the farming business right now, this bill forgives 120% of your loan based on your race. These people in the Congress today, the House and the Senate on the Democratic side, are out of control liberals, and God help us all if we don't check and balance them in 2022.
This is just incredible. And we're looking at the list of things that money is being allocated toward, $300 million toward the arts and humanities. I mean, where is this money coming from now that we've got a $28 trillion tab in debt?
These folks don't give a damn about debt whatsoever. This country runs off of it. So, yeah, family. I want to give a shout out to our good brother, President Divine of the American Freedmen Project. Shout out to our warrior brother who had this to say, because, Kamala Harris came on out and she says, I am saddened to learn of the passing of my former colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. He was full of wit, energy, and charm, and he cared deeply about the Senate and the people of the South Carolina. Doug and I are sending our thoughts and prayers to his friends and loved ones. Shout out to President Devine, who said, 2 anti-black politicians will always, 3 times for Dr. Umar, always have common ground. Shaking my damn head. Shout out to our warrior brother, because he is absolutely correct and he is absolutely right when calling her out on this nonsense. But as our brother said, when you're anti-black and they're anti-black, anti-blackness, that's a camaraderie. You guys can get together and, he can drink, you can drink, he can do his little cocaine, you can do whatever the hell you're going to do, which is probably drink more, do more cocaine, I don't know. Allegedly. And y'all can talk about how much y'all hate Negroes. Family, before we get into the next, I want to play this clip right here because I want to make everybody aware before we do so. Shout out to Alicia Stover. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for your contribution. Your super chat is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always. Thank you for your service, church. Much love to you, and thank you for being in service. Now, remember when I talked to you guys, I've said this several times over, why they can't stand Black joy? Family, I've said this several times over. Black joy reminds these people of the contract that they've made with the American government that says that, we will be subjugated to the very best of the government's ability. They willingly gave up stuff, right? They willingly gave up free health care. They willingly gave up free tuition. They willingly gave up things in order to make sure that you wouldn't have them. That was the only reason a lot of these Nabiscos said, I don't want free health care. I don't want to be able to go to school, go to college for free. I don't want anybody having anything positive if it's going to benefit those Negroes. I spoke about this contract several times over because I want you all to understand why they have this hatred for us. And now, the Nabisco, not just the Nabisco, but the Nabisco woman is coming out saying the very same thing that I've already been saying for years. Let's go here.
So, hey, Boo, I just had a thought. One of the reasons white people hate Black people is because we cannot tolerate Black joy. We cannot tolerate Black intelligence. We cannot tolerate Black beauty. We cannot tolerate Black confidence. We cannot tolerate Black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate anything that frees a Black person. There's a level of racism that I think hits differently for Black people than it does for Asian people or Hispanic people or Middle Eastern people or Native Americans even. Each one of those things that people think regarding other races are different with Black people, I think. Because again, We don't like Black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want Black judges. We don't want anything for Black people that doesn't directly affect and entertain us. So we can have a Black nanny. We can have a Black house cleaner. We can have a Black teacher. We can have a Black coach. We can have Black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about all those sweet children that have been killed, murdered, when they go out with their white friends. And I think that as much as the trauma of slavery comes down through the DNA, I think also the cruelty of slavery, the desire to hurt, the desire to steal and kill and humiliate and torment and disappear Black people is what comes down through the DNA. I think when you do something like that for long enough and you pass it down for the many years that slavery and enslaved people were in chains, that is an instinct with us, cruelty. And I think you can see it in many videos. All the white women and white men that are telling Black kids and Black families to get the hell out of here, you don't belong. We just don't want you to have more than us, honey. We just don't want you to be prettier. We don't want you to be the beauty standard. We don't want you to be judges or anything like that. We want you to be below us, beneath us. And we've tried so hard to keep you down, and we failed so badly. Because like Maya Angelou said, still you rise. We may hate you. We may beat you. We may do those things. And it makes us crazy that you keep coming back and getting better. We can't stand it. I don't know why that is. I think I heard somebody say that white people are the ones that have the ancestors that were closely related to the apes. And I believe that. We are so similar to Cro-Magnon man, Neanderthals. We're fucking pale monsters. I really hate being white sometimes. I'm super ashamed. I think things like, sorry, I don't get good sleep right now. I think when I see a young Black kid with a bunch of white kids, or like I try to watch for things that are happening. And I was thinking to myself, you know, if I saw a Black kid hopping in a vehicle with a bunch of white kids, what would I do? I mean, you know, I could do anything. I could get the Black kid to come over and say, hey, I think I know your mother, come here. And then to say, you better get away from all them white boys. But I had a brown friend of mine tell me that was silly and that it is savior-ish. Ooh, and I don't like that. White savior, white savior. Ugh. And then I still do it. I have it in me that Black people need my help. Mexican people need my help. Hispanic people need my help. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. If they do, oh, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. If they do, they'll ask. That's one thing. They'll ask. And I'll know instinctually if I'm out and about and something's happening. I can just pay attention and see if there's a way for me to step to whatever the white person is doing. I don't know. We'll see. I think the cruelty lives in us. And I don't mean it like we don't have a choice. Of course we have a choice, but it comes down as instinct. And unless we work desperately, unless we work very, 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 very hard for very, very, very many years, we will never be rid of it. We'll never be rid of it anyway. But anyway, that's my thought for whatever it's worth. So,
family, I don't ever have to say this because you all always see it for yourself. The Black grassroots, foundational Black Americans, we're always right when it comes to these things. We're not talking from a place of being hyperbolic or anything like that, being so far into a psychosis like other people. We actually tell you what's going on. We actually give you the facts behind the hatred. And before any of these Nabiscos came out saying any of these things, we were sitting here telling everyone the reason why they can't stand us, the reason why their hatred lingers throughout generations. And somebody put it in the chat, and I believe it was our sister Patricia, who said that the copies will never feel comfortable sitting next to the originals. I'm paraphrasing. But I agree with that 100% fold. And that is the coldest issue that they have. They know that they're the mimickers. They know that, and this is the thing I've been telling people for a long time. We innovate. Everybody else are clones. And when I say clones, I don't mean that they're made in a lab. I mean that everything that they do is based purely off of something that we've done or do today. So the way they dance, the way they dress, the way they speak, all of these folks tend to take from us piece by piece. And you don't do that unless you're jealous of a people. You don't do that unless you're envious of a people. So now we've been saying this for the longest. These folks are coming out and saying it themselves because they already know their time is coming to an end. It is becoming shorter and shorter and shorter. Now I'm going to give you an example, but let me first give a B1 salute to our good brother AO in the building, our sister Tiffany Jackson in the building. Payroll is in the building. Black Rose is in the building. Hawthorne Maat is in the building. Shout out to all of you. Ramsey, the FBA is in the building. Red Velvet is in the building. Shout out to you, family. Thank you for being here. And our good brother Damon Reeves is in the building, cutting up in the chat as always. Shout out to each and every one of you, and thank you all for being here. Now, let me show you an example of why they hate us, because they ain't us. But before we do, let's do this. Oh, I love this comment. Call me Petty Betty. I love it. Shout out to our sister Star Tate Jones. Now, family, we got to get petty a little bit because this just proves everything that I've been saying for a while, everything that you've been saying for a while, everything that this Nabisco woman just said. We got to talk about this situation here. Now, family, let me pull this down for a hot second. Give me 1 second. My screen jumping over here. Let's see if that works. All right. Now, family, In case you haven't seen, in case you have not seen, and there we go again. Why the hell? Golly. All right, let's try this again. All right. In case you have not seen, the Nabiscos losing their minds over our good brother Jordan Walker breaking the home run derby record. Oh, we're going to watch it right here, and it's going to show you their disdain for foundationals. Let's go.
We need Kyle Schwarber to win the Derby. Please, Jordan Walker, just calm the fuck down. Jordan Walker, this is not your night. He does not need this.
Now, family, while Jordan Walker is actually participating in the Derby, everybody there, with the exception of his parents and his teammates, were booing him, saying the N-word, screaming out monkey. They were doing all they could to take this brother's mind off of the task at hand. But all they were doing was putting more fuel to the flame. In the very same way they did with Muhammad Ali back in the day. Let's get into it.
That's a line drive. Come on! Fight! We need this so bad. This will save everything. No. That's what I mean. This guy looks like he's making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, hitting dongs. One swing left. If this guy hits 4 straight home runs to ruin everyone's night, I will never watch the Derby again. This will be the worst beat of all time, please. This guy's going to turn into fucking Superman. That's one. No. Is it short? Of course it is. Oh my gosh, this is such a bad beat. This is such a bad beat. I need to turn it off. We need to turn it off. This guy is going to do it. Someone fucking streak the field. Someone do something. This will be the worst beat.
Look how nervous the Nabisco is. His record is about to get broke, and he don't want to say nothing because everybody in the stands is already saying everything he's thinking. They calling him the N-word. They're calling him monkeys. They're making monkey sounds, all of that. And the only thing that matters to that brother Walker is getting the ancestors on that goal. And guess what? The ancestors said, I'll tell you what, hold my beer. Let me take the bet for you.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. That is the worst bad beat of my life. That is the worst bad beat of all time. Every single layer, that was the worst bad beat of all time. I don't know how you financially recover from it.
Family, with that being said, you have just seen with your own eyes in 2026 a perfect example of why their hatred for us lingers throughout the generation. It reverberates throughout the generations. You will never, ever have a better example of why they hate us so damn much. They hate us because they ain't us. And they know in everything that they do, anything that they're good at, It's only a matter of time before somebody who looks like you, somebody who looks like me, somebody who has the bloodline of the foundation step up and leave all of the folks looking like this man here. While our people are smiling, looking back, knowing it could be done. They're praying that it doesn't get done. Understand that. While we're looking back, knowing it could be done and it's going to happen. The ancestors are right there with you. They're praying that it doesn't get done. They do everything in their power to keep us out of these type of arenas. And when we get there, we shine like a diamond, baby. We shine like a planet with 4 suns and don't have no moons. We burning this bitch up. And that's why they hate you the most. No matter what they do, no matter what they say, no matter what kind of hurdles they put in front of you, no matter what kind of policies they put in place, you're still here. You're still thriving. And you're still showing them that no matter what they do, that will be the continuum of this goddamn situation. That is a fantastic point, my brother. Man, that is a fantastic point. When you really think about it, baseball is America's game, right? Baseball was America's first pastime, America's first national sport. I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be looked at like that, Damon. I mean, shout out to you. They hate us because they ain't us. And because of that, and because I understand that and overstand it and understand it, everything they say and do is only hilarious to me. You're spiraling. You're spiraling. And I love it. I want to get one more time. One more time. He knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. They both knew it was coming. And most of all, he knew it was coming. Shout out to Jordan Walker. Congratulations, my warrior brother. Go and do a victory lap around the victory lap. You deserve it. Shout out to the ancestors. Now, I don't watch sports like that. But at the end of the day, whether I watch sports or not means nothing to me. Because I know that when there's a level playing field, we're going to show up and show out in every example. Hold up. Shout out Lance Jules. Jewel, shout out to you. I love this. This is his brain right here. This is what he's thinking right now. It's buffering. It's buffering. Shout out to AL. He said, I'm gonna cop that jersey.
my gosh. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. That is the worst bad beat of my life. That is the worst bad beat of all time. Every single layer, that was the worst bad beat of all time. I don't know how you financially recover from it.
Yeah, family. I just wanted to show you, these examples. I just wanted to talk about that for a hot second before we get into the next segment. B1 salute to Chris Radio once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. The U.S. has lost an estimated 16 trillion to 51 trillion in GDP due to the economic impacts of systematic racism and racial discrimination. And you're absolutely correct, family. And I read that article from Citigroup as well, where it was speaking about if they were to implement reparations and the transformative policies, that it would garner the U.S. GDP $5 trillion per year. But these folks would cut off their nose to spite their face. These folks are cutting off their nose to spite their face. Not just the Democrats, not just the Republicans, but both sides. They know what they need to do. And that was a perfect segue. Thank you for that comment there. Because now we got to talk about the clowns. And since we're going to the circus, since we putting on the ringleader jacket, the ringmaster jacket, what color is your ringmaster jacket, family? I like purple, so my ringmaster jacket is purple with gold trims. It looked like a kind of like a Michael Jackson style jacket with all the buttons. You dig what I'm saying? That's my ringleader jacket. Y'all let me know what color your ringleader jacket is while I play this clip.
Send in the clowns, those daffy, laffy clowns. Send in those soulful and doleful schmotes by the bowlful clowns. Send in the clowns.
They're already here.
Family? AO said, is this the remix? Let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. First and foremost, I want to give a shout out to number one, our good brother Beatzilla. I'm glad, everything is everything with his family, and may the Most High be praised. And my prayers will continue to go to our warrior brother. But our brother plays this clip several times on his broadcast, so I want to give him a shout out to him. But I also want to give a shout out to Tony Brown for this clip here before we move forward.
The Democratic Party at some point in time has to be shaken out of its racist attitudes. And it has to be during one of these 4-year periods shown that it did not get the black vote. And because it didn't get the black vote, it didn't win the presidency. When that happens, it will change. The Democratic Party at some point in time has to be shaken out of its racist attitudes. And it has to be during one of these 4-year periods shown that it did not get the black vote. And because it didn't get the black vote, it didn't win the presidency. When that happens, it will change. The Democratic Party at some point in time has to be shaken out of its racist attitudes. And it has to be during one of these 4-year periods shown that it did not get the black vote. And because it didn't get the black vote, it didn't win the presidency. When that happens, it will change.
Family, we've been saying this for a while now. We've been talking about our tactics for a while, and they've been knowing about our tactics for a while, and they've been basically calling us MAGA, Black MAGA. They've been calling us everything under the sun except the children of the Most High. And now they're sounding like us. Does it sound like something that Tony Brown was saying some years ago? Is the Democratic Party being shaken? I would say so. I want to go here. Representative Hank Johnson says if Democrats don't win the midterm elections, Black Americans will be back in the cotton fields. Family, do you think that that is working on foundational Black Americans? Nah, because we're standing in the right area of history. We're standing on the right side of history. Everybody is trying to get us to remove ourselves from the square in which we built. And if this was the case, then someone please tell me, why is Hakeem the Tether Jeffries over there dancing at Yankee Stadium to the bootleg Jay-Z? Let's go here. Family, what the hell is this man doing? I don't know what kind. This is the Tether Shuffle. What is this? It looks like in his head, he's like point, shake. Got to shake the shoulders a little bit. Shake those shoulders. All right. Point, shake. Get it. Let's go back. Is this his way of trying to say, hey guys, look at me. I'm cool. I'm as cool as Obama when he came in. Didn't Obama come in singing? Well, I can't sing, but you know, I'll do a little jig for you. Here's my little jig, guys. Exactly, Southern Breeze. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Left, right, 1, 2. That's what's going on in his mind right now, family. He's over there counting. He's counting. Family, if this does not show you, shout out to Black Are You, because I got high. La da 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 da. I was gonna actually dance, but then I got high. That's exactly what it looks like. You know, shout out to Black Are You. Family, if this was such a big issue, why are you not spending all your waking time out there in the streets trying to convince foundational Black Americans to vote for you? If this is the case, why aren't you coming to foundational Black Americans with policy? We know that we've ignored you guys and took your votes for granted for a long time. In order for us to get your vote, we're willing to bring you an economic plan that's going to bring $50 million to this area for your schools, for your budgeting. We're going to make sure that there's some health care coming into this area, some low cost health care. Nothing. You're not getting that from anybody. You're getting this. And they wonder why we're not rocking with them. I don't care what kind of jig you do. If there ain't no check accompanying that jig for foundational Black Americans, that jig is in vain. No amount of buck dancing will lead foundationals back to the plantation. And they know this. And this is why you have these bootlicks and these shields coming out trying to sound like us. Let's start with Joyless. Oh, Joy. She looked like a Boy Reed. Oh man, I'm not going to be able to forget that. Let's go here.
Progressives picked Plattner. So you need to replace him with somebody who is ideologically the same, because that is what was decided. The people of Maine, the Democratic voters of Maine said, we want a progressive. They did not say they want an APAC moderate. So the Democratic Party in Maine ought to pick someone who is ideologically the same or ideologically similar as Plattner. If you don't, and the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. You don't, and the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn.
Nigga, please.
Sometimes when you lose, you learn. I could have sworn that's what we said verbatim. Verbatim. That if the Democratic Party isn't going to come to us and actually bring us policy that take care of our interest in our communities, we don't want to hear nothing from you. And you're going to need to lose a few elections in order to learn that you're not just going to practice benign neglect on foundational Black Americans while giving out all the resources to everyone else. But when we was saying that, when we was out here voicing that, when we as foundational Black Americans stood on our soapbox and proclaimed exactly that, well, Joy the boy, you called us Russian bots. Don't you remember? We said the exact same thing, but yet you called us Russian bots. So, Joy the boy, I must ask you this question. Are you all bots now? Are you a bot now? Are you a Russian bot? Do you clarify yourself? Do you classify yourself as a Russian bot? Because now you have done the very same thing that we have already did. You're saying the same thing that we have already said decades after we said it. A decade after we said it. So, Joyless, either you're going to put out, I don't know, I can't even say because you don't work for the news anymore. I guess you could do a Substack. You could do a Substack, and you can recant that bull crap that you said about us. Now that you're in the realms of being a Russian bot, right? You can call yourself, yeah, hey, there we go, an African bot. We know that there's plenty of those, being paid to talk stuff on us, those bot farms all throughout Africa. Yeah, we know about those too. So yeah, you can go ahead and fit right on in with those African bots. Let's let her continue.
And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little APAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another APAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years.
Isn't that what we said about Trump? Oh, all of a sudden, y'all quite literally are taking what we've said and trying to rework it around so it can sound like your grassroots. Here's the difference between the grassroots and the astroturf that you have on your forehead. We're not saying this because we want certain Democrats in. We're not saying this because we want certain Republicans in. We're saying this to both parties, regardless of who they're selecting. If you're not selecting people that's going to bring us policy, then this is a moot point. And y'all want people to sit out to get a certain type of Democrat. And we're not here for that. Here's another thing. You can't give anybody permission to do anything. We took the permission for ourselves. We said, this is what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, tough titty. And y'all spent all that time trying to make us look like the bad guy. And we came out like Tony Montana. Look at you. Point your finger at us and call us the bad guy. You need the bad guy. And we turned to each other and we said, who do we trust? Us. That's who. Who do we represent? Us. That's who. And now the bad guy of the conversation is getting our talking points co-opted by people who wanted to call us the bad guy to begin with. Verbatim, bar for bar. I feel like Soulja Boy when he was talking about Drake. Drake? You talking about the man who hid his kid from the world but couldn't hide the world from his kid? Drake? That's exactly what you guys are in this situation. You guys are the Drake, the Aubrey in this situation. Drake? Come on, don't act like you don't know they stole our whole dang flow bar for bar. This is another kiss me through the phone situation. Bar for bar.
At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know the good thing about it.
Family, is that not another thing we've said? Foundational Black Americans has been in this abusive relationship with the Democratic Party for decades. They will sit here and treat us like we don't exist. They will practice benign neglect. They will give all the resources to all these other groups. And then come around every 2 to 4 years talking about, baby, well, baby, look, I know I ain't did what I was supposed to do for you, but who else, where are you going to go? Who else wants you? Who else going to take you in? This is what we've been dealing with. And these are the people that's been pushing the propaganda. And now they want you to think that they're on the side of the grassroots. Oh, I'm doing this broadcast today for all of you out there that listen to these idiots. Oh, that's including some of my family members. I'm sure you'll come across this. Yeah, some of my family members who are just so in love with Joyless Reed. Some of my family members who's just in love with freaking Holanda Martin, aka the Haitian Snorlax. Some of the people in my family who's just in love with Kamala Harris. Some of the people in my family who just loves Barack Obama. Yeah, this broadcast is for you. And for all of your family who still haven't gotten it yet. Make sure you're liking and sharing this out, family, because this is a broadcast of pure receipts. Receipt after receipt, invoice after invoice. Let's go. Shout out to AO. My pop thinks rolling is the truth. So is my aunt. My aunt love her some rolling and don't like when I talk bad about him. She also love her some Obama. But things like this take time, family. Things like this takes time. And it takes things like this to happen for people such as myself to do broadcasts like this, that you can then go and show pops or show auntie, show mom, show granny, show papa, show whoever is rocking with these people, that these people are now admitting that we've been right the entire damn time. A B1 salute and shalom to our warrior sister Hurricane Nisi, been a member for 16 months strong. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your contributions and everything that you do, my warrior sister. I'm back, church. I knew you were, family. I knew you was going to be right back. When you say you'll be back, you be back. That's the one thing you can bet your bottom dollar on. Miss Nisi is not one of those people to play with her word. Now, let's continue.
6 more years if she gets in, she might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
Glitching and freezing because they don't never want to retire. Why that old lady still? She needs to retire too. But you know what? Leave her in there.
Isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all 100 years old. But the reality is we're going to focus on the races where the people get to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Foundational Black Americans have our ideology. And what is our ideology? Well, at least the foundationals who are in the Black grassroots, like I said, there's some foundationals who want nothing to do with politics. There are some who are Republicans. There's some who are Democrats. But the grassroots, our ideology is reparations before you get a seat as representation. Our policy is tangibles are no vote. No tangibles, no vote. That's simple. So it would seem like you guys are just taking our ideology and trying to impose it over the shill lifestyle. I'm just saying. Shout out to Chris Radio. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Having no joy, that's a boy. Read. Having no joy, that's a boy. Read. I feel you there. Shout out to you, family. Oh man, there's gonna be no shortages of this. Of that's a boy. Joy, that's a boy. Oh man. Shout out to Maverick in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here. As well as Deep One in the building and Terrence in the building as well. Terrence Terrell. Shout out to all of you and thank you all for being here. Godly. Oh man. And shout out to Nito in the building as well. Family. Shout out to Nito in the building. Family. Like I said, all we got to do is stand on our square and they come around trying to sound like us. And y'all remember when she tried to come out sounding like she was foundational, talking about sinners. Let's go here.
We are losing our empire. Our empire is fading. Donald Trump is a fading dictator who's basically running us out. He's wringing out whatever was good in this country, and he's going to turn us into a third world country. America is going to be the ghetto because of Donald John Trump. And I liken the election in 2024 to that scene in Sinners where those people were in the juke joint. And you know what the rule is when you're in a juke joint: don't let the vampires in.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers let the vampires in, and it never goes well. When
You think China is looking at this and going, wait, this?
These mother lovers let the vampires in. You're the vampires. Everybody on this podcast is a vampire. Every one of you depends on foundational Black Americans in order to make your daily bread. How are you stating, and I said this before, how are you telling people who's allowed in the juke joint and you're not even in the juke joint yourself? How you gonna hate from outside the club? You can't even get in, but you hating on other people trying to get in too. All y'all outside. All of you are outside. Shout out to John's son in the building, as well as Yes Mayhem, as well as Juniper Joy in the building. Much love to each and every one of you. Saladin in the building as well as Miss Williams in the building. Shout out to all of you. Thank you all for being here. Oh, and a B1 salute to Katrina Watson as well. Much love to you. I can't forget that name, you know, because of Randy. Gotta give it up to the Watsons, you know. Shout out to all of you. Thank you all for being here. Let's continue.
This is why we're going to start, because you're seeing a big presence around Africa. You see Nigeria helping to build infrastructure.
You know who China is in Sinners? The indigenous people. They said, we told you that there were some vampires over there, and we said they was dancing an Irish jig. If you don't want to hear it, we're out.
She said that the quote unquote Native Americans in Sinners is China. China. So, foundational Black American allies is China. I want you to hear exactly what this idiot is saying, because that is idiotic. The people who came to warn us about the vampires is China. Did China go and warn Africa about its vampires, or are they the vampires that Africa should be keeping out of their juke joints? Go. Oh, let's call a spade a spade. Y'all opened up y'all juke joints to China, and now you're over here in America trying to convince us to open up our juke joints to China. They're the ones who tried to warn you, don't you know? Shout out to Jacqueline Johnson in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here.
They're waiting for everything to take place in the juke joint and just waiting to clean up the pieces. China, we are entering the great China century. China will win the Game of Thrones.
Wishful thinking. Family, I don't even have to explain to you how non-American any of these people are. At the end of the day, they say things out of their mouths to show you themselves. They're rooting against America, which in turn means they're rooting against foundational Black Americans. They're in our country trying to tell us about our politics, while their country get overrun by the Native Americans from sinners that she claimed China is. Okay. And once again, she tried to steal more talking points right here.
About HR 40 or reparations, even for a study, they don't want to touch that. What you got, sis?
Apparently, reparations are something that.
What you got, sis?
Apparently, reparations are something that MAGA is in favor of. And now that we know, I think it's really important for us to act on the information that we have received. Now that we know that a president can, without Congress, without going back to Congress, because who knew? You know, there's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated, as you will know.
You know who knew? Everybody in Congress. Anybody who had an understanding of how the goddamn presidency worked, especially after Obama when he used the judgment fund, everybody knew. Angela knew. Andrew knew. You knew. You knew.
As a former congressional staffer, that sits there in case there are settlements that the government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information, $1,776, in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know, sis, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors' families, to the families of the survivors of every massacre that has taken place with the government of the United States either standing aside or participating. Because now we know that we can do reparations. So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo? The Black people are going to be coming up to the table to get reparations. That's number one.
That's number one. Family, this is why we don't allow these people to try to shoehorn their way into our conversations, because they will take our lingo, they will try to co-opt the language in which we're speaking, and then basically use that language to divert where the conversation is supposed to be going. So do I believe anything out of Joy's mouth? No, not whatsoever. I don't believe anything out of her mouth. She has proven herself to be a liar, a manipulator, a goddamn Democratic shield. Who knows that her audience isn't really rocking with her the way she was hoping that they would be rocking with her. You was on national television, but you can't keep your audience strong? You're just another Roland Martin, Rolanda, before we get to him, or Shim, or the Bussy Chaser himself. Let's talk about Andrew Gillum. Because Andrew, in case y'all didn't know, let me go ahead and go here first.
Send in the clowns.
Let's go here. Oh yeah, Paradise Mac. If you didn't know, Joyless Reed is not a foundational Black American. She is from the Congo. She's Congolese and Guyanese, none of which is Black American. She's absolutely a foreigner. Let's go here.
Hey, we coming back. Hey,
It's in the shoulders.
Andrew.
Now I want you to keep an eye and pay attention to this woman right here, because she's going to pop up several times throughout this broadcast.
They're lying.
Oh, that's real. That's how you know if he has.
That's somebody teach him how to post it. Somebody teach him how to post it.
All right, these are your clowns for the morning.
That's real. That's
right before they become the most intelligent, brilliant, political analyst, journalist, sophisticated over here. Hey, Jamie. Sophisticated. Over here. Sophisticated. Over sophisticated. Over here. Hey, Jamie. Say hello, Jamie. Say hello, Jamie. Say hello. Yep, very busy. Anyway, catch us coming up 8 a.m.
Oh, family. Oh, family. I told you to keep an eye. Like I said, she's going to pop up many places. Let's go here.
We need all of you to watch because this is so important. We are on the stop putting signs behind my head, Mr. Governor, Mr. President. All right, we need all of you to watch because this is so important. We are on the stop putting signs behind my head, Mr. Governor, Mr. President. All right, we need all of you.
If you don't know who this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of your boule buffoons. Her name is April Ryan. Her name is April Ryan. And she is very clicked in with the shills of the Democratic Party. She is very clicked in with the boule class, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's very important to keep an eye on these people so you can know who these people are throughout all the things that they do. Once again, her name is April Ryan. And she was behind the whole Andrew Gillum governor's race situation. She's behind a lot of Kamala Harris situations. Some Jasmine Crockpot situations as well. But we're going to get into it. I just want you to have a name to a face. Her name is April Ryan. Now, in case you guys haven't heard, Andrew Gillum was arrested. Inside the hotel room where Andrew Gillum was found with male escort. Oh, wow. Yeah, with the drugs. Bussy stained pillowcase. Oh, wow. That's crazy. They just taking pictures of him. That is wild. Oh, y'all thought that I meant this time. No. Hold on. Let's get through this, shall we?
New at noon, a former Democratic nominee for governor who lost to Governor Ron DeSantis in 2018 was arrested on drug charges in Alabama. 46-year-old Andrew Gillum was pulled over and is accused of possessing 3 grams of methamphetamine, marijuana, and drug equipment. Police found the drugs after stopping Gillum in a town just east of Mobile. You may remember it was back in 2020 when Miami Beach police say they found Gillum at a South Beach hotel room with 2 men and crystal meth. No charges were fired from that incident. New at noon.
Yeah, family. Andrew old Gillum. Get him. He done got arrested again. Shout out to Chris Radio. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. Angela molded bread rye with the side of lettuce. Yeah. Put the tomato on the side too. Shout out to our sister Angelic in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. And thank you for being here as always. Much love. As well as our good brother Swizzle's Playhouse in the building. Much love to you. And B1 salute once again to our good brother Chris Radio in the building. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. It's good old booty blasting Gillum in the news. Oh, family. Yes. Booty blasting Gillum. But, you know, I'm not surprised. He went on Tamron saying this.
And to be very honest with you, when you didn't ask the question, you put it out there, is whether or not I identify as gay. And the answer is I don't identify as gay, but I do identify as bisexual. And that is something that I have never shared publicly before. And to be very...
You didn't have to share it, sir. They found you in the room. I mean, pussy stains all over the pillow, drugs everywhere. And family, let me say this. All jokes to the side. My prayers go out to anybody who's suffering from any type of addiction. My prayers go out to you. I don't play when it comes down to that situation of people who are addicted to drugs. So I don't make fun of them for being addicted to drugs. Many of us, I'm pretty sure, has had family members or friends who have been negatively impacted by drug use or whatever may have you. So I'm not going to clown on him for being addicted to drugs. I hope he gets the help that he needs. Now, him being a bussy chaser, on the other hand, you know, I might have to do a little clowning about that. You know what I mean? I might have to talk a little bit about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you out here chasing the bussy, waiting until you all drugged up, passed out, sleep, taking pictures of you, putting you out there for your family to see. Oh, fam, this right here, when you're chasing bussy, and you are chasing the Bisco bussy at that, you didn't put yourself in a position. So, shout out Alicia Starr. She said his name is now Andrew Give It Up Gillum. Shout out to Pamela's Way. I feel sorry for his family. They don't deserve what he's been doing. He needs to go to rehab. And I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to talk about his drug use at all. You know, that has nothing to do with the situation at hand and the reason why I do not like Andrew. And to his children, I'm not going to egg on that type of situation. But this is public knowledge that your father is a bussy chaser. I mean, him and Roland Martin be sharing tablets. I'm just saying that is not my business on the other side. But, you know, this man out here bussy chasing, putting him in positions that his family cannot get out of, you know, that got to be called out. Not an episode of Oz. Family, let's go here.
So Andrew Gillum was arrested again. This happened last week in Alabama, but TMZ just dropped the news this morning. Here are the details. According to the article, he was taken into custody last Thursday and booked in jail for the possession of dangerous drugs, drug paraphernalia, and the possession of marijuana, according to online police records. If you don't know who Andrew Gillum is, he was a huge superstar in the Democratic Party. He almost became the governor of Florida. That ended up not happening. There was a whole scandal in 2020 where he got arrested and was found, I believe, with an escort. There were drugs at the scene. So it seems like there definitely is a drug problem that he has been struggling with. And in the aftermath of that whole scandal, like, he did speak openly, like, about being bisexual, about some of the struggles that he faced with, like, alcohol, with drugs. And it seemed that he was on a good path. So it's so disappointing to hear this. Obviously, he's not an elected official anymore. He's on like a podcast with Angela Rye and Bakari Sellers. It's a really good podcast. I've enjoyed seeing him kind of, come back from everything. So to see him get arrested again, it's like, damn. I really hope that he's getting the help he needs. It's just sad. I feel like Andrew Gillum has always been like a what could have been story, or like what would have been. Like, he was so set up to be like a star in the Democratic Party, and I don't know, just disappointing.
It's only disappointing if you had any faith in the Democrats. For people such as myself, it's not disappointing at all. It's more disappointing for his family. I'm more empathetic towards his family in this situation. And I don't want people to think that I'm being insensitive. No. I'm being honest. But at the end of the day, this is public information. And I'm not going to be more concerned about his family than he is concerned about mine. I'm not going to, let me say that again, got to make sure people hear me clearly. I'm not going to be more concerned about anyone else's family when they clearly showed us that they have no concern for ours. The Bible says what? Treat those how you want to be treated. And it says and this is just the law of god dang everything, law of course responding. Every action has an equal reaction. And when those reactions come, you can't get mad at the people who are reacting when, we've been dealing with this for the longest. But Angela Cry don't feel the same way. Nah, Angela Cry got some things to say, and she's pointing directly at FBAs when doing so. Let's go here.
The stuff that you put in the comments where you saying little slick shit about Andrew, he doesn't even see it. So you are still just as invisible and just as small as your dumb ass has always been.
Let me just say that's not.
Well, hold on, let me keep going.
Because I know, but there's a point that I want you to riff on, because Andrew may not see it, but his kids are old enough.
I'm going to get there. My point.
Angela's pissed off like a mother lover. Let me get this out of the way real quick.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Let's go here.
The stuff that you put in the comments where you saying little slick shit about Andrew, he doesn't even see it. So you are still just as invisible and just as small as your dumb ass has always been.
Let me just say that's not.
Well, hold on, let me keep going.
Because I know, but there's a point that I want you to riff on, because Andrew may not see it, but his kids are old enough.
I'm going to get there. My point is, you're not even hurting him. You're hurting the people around him, and you're dehumanizing him. To Bakari's point, his kids, his wife. I talked to Jay about some of the mean stuff she saw. And what you're not thinking about, and let me just correct the record on this too, since we're on this. What you're not thinking about is a lot of you have made some dumb assumptions about Jay. RJ Gillum is a G.
Family, apparently, Andrew Gillum is a G. Okay, I see it in the chat.
Send in the clowns. Those laughy clowns. Send in those soulful and doleful schmotes by the bowlful clowns. Send in the clowns.
They're already here.
RJ Gillum came to Essence holding Andrew down, completely cool. We went to dinner, we went to a concert. She was like, I'm gonna deepen into my joy before I have to deal with any of this. And she held it together and she's still holding it together. So what I would ask you to consider is how you would want somebody to treat your mom. How would you want somebody to treat your friend, your sister, your cousin, your niece, your godchild? And think about Jay and those babies when you're posting this dumbass shit. And first of all, I also want to get rid of this. Like, those two choose each other every single day. So some of the allegations, some of the ideas that you've come up with about Jay, let them go, because y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. And at some point, hopefully, Jay will be willing to address some of this stuff on her own. But I really want y'all to find a lane to occupy and stay in it. I am so irritated with some of the gossip blogs that haven't said shit about how great this show is, haven't talked at all.
Excuse me? Run that back.
Her own. But I really want y'all to find a lane to occupy and stay in it. I am so irritated with some of the gossip blogs that haven't said shit about how great this show is. I'm so irritated with some of the gossip blogs that haven't said shit about how great this show is. So irritated with some of the gossip blogs that haven't said shit about how great this show is.
Family, there's a saying that comes from the Bible. When you give, you're supposed to give from the heart. And it says, when you give to the poor, then you boast about it, then you've gained your reward. But when you do good things from your heart, other people, and I'm paraphrasing, other people will glorify you, and you don't have to glorify yourself. So if this was genuine, if you guys were genuinely trying to help the Black community, if you genuinely wanted to help foundational Black Americans, the genuineness of that situation would show. And people, if they like it, they will honor it. I do not go around, and I want to give a shout out to each and every one of you. I don't go around saying how good my broadcast is. I don't go around talking about my program and how everybody needs to watch me. If I am doing the work, and if I am bringing something of value to the family, the family actually appreciates it and edifies me, and I don't have to edify myself. I'm not sitting here trying to put myself up on the pedestal. As a matter of fact, I get uncomfortable when people tell me how much they enjoy the broadcast. And it's not, it's just who I am as a humble person. I appreciate those who enjoy my program. But it still makes me uncomfortable to this day to hear that I'm doing something that people actually really appreciate, because I'm a humble person. I look at it as the Most High using me in order to get a message out. And I look at that when it comes to anybody within the new Black media. And that's why many people, no matter who it is, when they see the new Black media and people within the new Black media, they give love and appreciation. Because we really care about what happens to our community. We really care about the type of information that's getting put out. We really care about what positive things can be brought to make sure that our community is not going to be left by the wayside. And don't nobody go around here boasting about our programs. Well, at least not in that way. Where we're saying, well, why don't y'all show us some love? Nobody has looked at our program and said they appreciate how good this program is. If no one is saying how good the program is, then maybe the program ain't that good. There are different times where I look at my numbers, and I don't look at them a lot, but I do look at some broadcasts compared to others. Some broadcasts I'll get up to 4,000 or 5,000 views within first couple of days, and others I get maybe 1,000 to 2,000 views within that same time span. I'm not out here saying, well, why aren't y'all appreciating this broadcast as much as this one? No, it's for me, I look at it, okay, what can I do to make sure that this broadcast is going to be just as good as any other broadcast? It is a self-reflection for me because I am of service doing this. I'm not expecting anybody to serve me here. I am in service to my people by doing this, by sitting behind this microphone, by going out there and speaking with different politicians and holding their feet to the fire about policies for our community. I am doing a service. And because I am in service, I'm not looking for people to glorify me servicing the family. I do it in a humble state. And this is what most people, if not all, in the Black grassroots is doing. It's in service to our own. And you'll never understand that because you have never been in service to your people. I love telling the story or the parody of when Christ had the prostitute that people think is Mary Magdalene, but you know, that's never really been connected. But people used to think that when the prostitute came and washed Christ's feet, Yeshua's feet, and Yeshua said, you know, sitting in a chair. And then he went to wash her feet. It was all about being in service to the people. It's all about being in service to people you care about. And none of you will understand that. Shout out to my sister, Miss Nisi. She came in right before I got to say it. None of you will understand it because you're not in service. You're self-serving. You're self-serving. That's why you're more concerned about people talking about your podcast. That's why you're more concerned about people speaking about how good you guys are doing over there at iHeartRadio when they're paying you to say absolutely nothing. You see, the new Black media amplifies the voices of the Black grassroots. Whose voices are you guys amplifying? Very good question. Not question, statement, excuse me. You must humble yourself. Let's get back over here, but before we do,
send in the clowns.
Haven't talked at all about the way in which we constantly inform, debunk misinformation, show up in community spaces, launched an America 250 tour to go into communities, thanks to Bakari, that are second tier markets that are generally ignored. Y'all don't talk about that, but the first time there's something salacious, you act like the white man's plan. And you go and you put that nonsense up. This was an arrest. It was not a conviction. But you go and demonize the Black man the same way that you would shit on a major white publication for doing. And the other thing I want to say to y'all is, it's a trip that you have all this smoke and energy for Andrew. Some of the stuff made up, some of the posts made up, but I haven't heard y'all say anything about Nolan Wills.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
Let me go point by point. She said we're sounding like white supremacists for tearing down this black man. What did y'all sound like when y'all was sitting there attacking black men for not wanting to vote for Kamala Harris? Oh, no. Angela Rye with lettuce and tomato on the side, Miss Wanna Cry, and then drive. Was y'all not doing the same thing when y'all was coming after black men for not wanting to quote unquote give our vote to Kamala Harris when she said, I'm not going to do anything that only benefits black people? No. Didn't y'all do the same thing when Biden got pushed out of the goddamn race and they put Kamala in his place and she ain't say nothing about what she was going to do for 3 months, almost 3 months? Then she start realizing, well, I got to get out there and tell these people something. Didn't y'all send out Barack Obama to try to finger wag at us and tell us that, you know, this is just misogynistic? I know that there are a few men who can't see a woman sitting over them. But yet you guys want us to believe that we're being white supremacists for calling out something that he should not have been doing in the first place. And then you said, you hear everybody talking about this, but nobody talk about Nolan. When we were speaking about everybody from Cyrus Belton, Carmelo Anthony, and whether you know this or not, we were the ones speaking about Nolan before anybody else was speaking about Nolan. Like it always go. We always be the first people to the scene to give the information of what's going on. You guys quite literally stay quiet on situations until it benefits one of your talking points. And you're wondering why nobody is glorifying your goddamn podcast. And you're wondering why nobody is glorifying your podcast. Good, bad, or indifferent. Foundational Black Americans within the new Black media, we bring what's going on in many different areas on the Republican side, the Democratic side, right down the middle. We're bringing it all. Some of us do some sides more than others. Some of us have areas of expertise where we like to stay in and hone in on, and that's fine. At the end of the day, we're still bringing much of this information out of the Black grassroots, while the AstroTurf, the old Black Guard, sits back and finger wags at the same people that they're mimicking, trying to be like. All to save their little podcast. Shout out to Masa Musa in the building, my warrior brother. He said me and Angie got the same butt chin. I am done. What's up with my brother, man? I am done, man. This man, not the same butt chin. She got the butt chin that Michael Jackson woke up with. Oh, wow. Shout out to our good brother Trey Parks in the building as well. Hey, if y'all don't follow Trey Parks on TikTok, go ahead and make sure y'all go ahead and shoot our brother Trey Parks a follow over there. The brother's putting in some work, some hardcore work over there and pissing off Nabiscos while doing it. Pissing off Nabiscos, pissing off Tethers. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Now, I'll tell you about these fools. That's foul. I have a cleft myself. Shout out Ty B. Hey, sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You go to sleep, you wake up with a cleft in your chin. I mean, that's just a strong-willed person. You know what I mean? A strong-chinned person. The bald chinian. You know what I mean? Oh, before we get into the next segment, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to Chris Radio once again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Angela Olive Oil Rye with lettuce and tomato. You are absolutely on it. Looks like her whole forehead has been lathered in olive oil. 100. Shout out to our good brother John Son in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions. As always, my warrior brother. New black media equals actual integrity. Exactly, my warrior brother. Something that these folks do not have. They will sell out any one of you in a drop of a hat. All they got to do is have a big enough check. And to be honest with you, it ain't even got to be big enough. Give them a position. Give them hope that they will get a position like the next person we're going to get into. Cleft chin community, stand up. I am over it. Massamoose, I'm over you today, bro. He said the cleft chin community, stand up. Shout out to all of my family out there with clefts in their chin. Shout out to Chris Radio once again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all of your contributions, family. I'd rather watch Pro Run than listens to Angela cry. I'm with you there, family. Trust me when I say it irks me anytime I hear this woman's voice. Now, let's get into the next one, shall we? We shall. Let me go ahead and pull this down for a hot second, family. Now, the next one, and while we were sitting there talking about people who've been trying to get a job for the longest, this man has been trying to get a job with every goddamn administration since Obama and ain't been able to do it. Because he's a dumbass, as he like to try to make us out to be. And you all know who I'm talking about. The Haitian Snorlax himself, Yolanda Martin. Yeah, Yolanda, we got to talk about you now for a hot second. Like I said, it's all about receipts here today. It's all about receipts. All the nonsense these people been saying about us, you just quite literally proved yourself to be the dumbass in the equation. So let's go here. Before we do, hold up. Let me go ahead and give a B1 salute and shalom to our warrior brother, Trey Parks. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. And keep putting that belt to ass over there, because trust me, it's needed. Now, let's go here, family.
Send in the clowns. Those laughy clowns. Send in those soulful and doleful schmaltz by the bowlful clowns. Send in the clowns.
They're already here.
My white supporters be very upset. She texted me and was very upset because she thought I was threatening to withhold the black vote and that a really bad man, Paxton, was going to win. And I told her I'm not threatening anything, but I also told her, you literally cannot shame us into voting for Tallarico if he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues. And so to say, what are you going to do? Like vote Republican? Like they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Tallarico.
Yeah, well, yeah, but what they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in black voter participation in every election. It's right there in the numbers. I don't know what the hell they're looking at, and it's there in the data. I don't understand it.
But did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Oh no. No, Roland. You're not gonna no. Look at the face that he makes. He always making these faces. No. Tell your mama to get on. Tell your granny to get on. Tell your daddy to get on. Tell your auntie to get on, because God dang it, Roland, you're not gonna sit here and just say that and let that skip past everybody that's been saying the same damn thing for over a decade now. Let's go.
And we've seen it since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen it since the choice. What they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. Couch is actually a choice. Couch is actually a choice. Couch is actually a choice.
Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha for this clip.
Dumb as hell. Because see, a whole bunch of black people did the same bullshit in 2016, but the same fools. And there were some black folks who were fools. But some black folks fail for this bullshit. If you don't know how to use Google, shut the hell up. Dumbass, asinine question. Get y'all caught up in bullshit with Kamala Harris. I'm not going to play these games trivializing black politicians. And the last thing, for all y'all folks out here who running around talking about, is she black enough? Y'all can kiss my ass too. Now y'all can sit here, ask these dumbass silly questions.
Kiss my entire ass. And I said, it's real simple. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote.
Y'all want to see some silly shit? Y'all look like the biggest fools in America.
Always got some idiots out there. You actually had this fool who is black. Like, I'm not dealing with them FBA nuts. The first fucking hate crimes law. So for all you simple Simons out there who are sitting here going, oh my God, we've never had a hate crimes law for us. This is what happens, y'all, when y'all listen to people who are full of shit. You have the audacity to say, Roland, why you ain't covered this up? Because your punk ass don't watch. You dumbasses, don't come at me with the bullshit and you ain't read nothing.
Hold on, stop. Don't come on my show. No, Lee. Don't come on my show with bullshit.
Yeah, that's a very different Roland from what we're seeing right here, ain't it? All right, let's go here.
And for all y'all people, and I'm going to say it right now, and I don't care. Y'all need to stop listening to Umar Johnson. Y'all need to stop listening to Tariq Nasheed. Y'all need to stop listening to all of these fools, the Boyce Watkins of the world, all of them, who tell you voting doesn't matter. Because they're liars. Because you are seeing what happens when people do vote. And you're seeing public policy. You're seeing right now, because of Donald Trump holding the levers of power, having the White House, the House, and the Senate, they are extorting $500 million from Harvard, $200 million from Columbia. They're now targeting UCLA and others. They're using civil rights laws against black people. Now, some of y'all might say, well, that's Harvard, that's Columbia, that's UCLA, but they're targeting the black people in Lowndes County who had sewage in their lines, sewage in their yards. They're targeting the HUD lawsuits as well. They're letting millionaires, the guy with Fatburger gave a big donation, Donald Trump, they canceled the $47 million lawsuit against him. These things are happening before our very eyes. So anybody black, and I'm going to say this before I go, because I go to break from my next story. You have never seen white folk say, don't vote. You don't get nothing for that.
And is that the couch is actually a choice. They understand is that the couch is actually a choice. They understand is that the couch is actually a choice. They understand is that the couch is actually a choice. And
Family, Let's go here.
Texas. What does it mean for black people? What it means is if you're black and you set your ass at home, you're an absolute disgrace to the race.
Yes.
Yeah, I said it. Tariq Nasheed, you are a disgrace. Jason Whitlock, same for you. Two black men who actually publicly said they don't vote. Now,
Oh, Miss Hillary. Oh, so good to see you, Miss Hillary. I love you, Miss Hillary. Welcome to TV1. Oh, Lord. I dance with Nancy. 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 I dance with Nancy.
Texas. What does it mean for black people? What it means is if you're black and you set your ass at home, you're an absolute disgrace to the race.
Yes.
The couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it. It's actually a choice. The couch is actually a choice. But what they understand is the couch is actually a choice. But what they understand is the couch is actually a choice.
Oh yeah, family. No. We're going to make sure everybody remembers, and this is why I tell you all the time, family, we play the drop all the damn time. You got to have a long memory.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
Do not get it confused. This is why we're here today. We have to remind everybody of the things that this man and all these shills be saying and what they were saying before we made the couch a viable option. Before we made the couch a viable option. Oh, you need that one more time, my sister? All right, I can oblige. I can definitely oblige.
Same for you. Two black men who actually publicly said they don't vote. Now,
oh, Miss Hillary. Oh, so good to see you, Miss Hillary. I love you, Miss Hillary. Welcome to TV1. Oh, Lord. I dance with Nancy. 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 I dance with Nancy.
Family, like I said, call up everybody you know who respects and love them some Roly-Poly Martin, who love them some Rolanda. Let them know tonight Rolanda is being told the truth, and Rolanda had to tell the truth. Let's go.
The couch is actually a choice, and we've seen it. It's actually a choice. And what they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. But what they
do y'all remember this? Shout out to Black Alpha once again.
All right, folks. The recent Louisiana primary shows black folks are simply not showing up at the polls like they did when Barack Obama ran for president in 2008.
I've had a number of folks from Millennial and Gen Z talk to me complaining about all sorts of stuff. And I said, it's real simple. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote.
Shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble.
Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote.
Shut up and dribble.
Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. Shut up and vote. And they were like, well, it's not that simple. I'm like, no, actually it is.
All right, folks. The recent.
And one more time for the people in the back of the classroom, shall we?
Understand is that the couch is actually a choice. Yeah, but what they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. But what they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. What they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. The couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in black voter participation in every election.
Shout out to the Tethers of TikTok for putting this compilation together. Let's go here.
Tether Who Sat by the Door, episode 3, presented by Tethers of TikTok.
The couch is actually a choice.
The couch is actually a choice.
And we've seen it.
Hey family, let's roll that beautiful tether footage.
So if you don't get something before the election, then you're not going to vote. When the person you're asking of it can't actually give it to you unless there is a vote by the body.
The couch is actually a choice.
Problem that we have now with all of these people with cheap microphones is that they can yell, holler, and scream on social media, on podcasts, say a whole lot, but say nothing at the very same time. I mean, you always talking about vote. You always talking about voting. I don't know why you always talking about voting. Now you understand what happens when they have power.
The couch is actually a choice.
So we got to get folk to understand that if you check out, don't vote, you are guaranteeing they're going to be in power. I'm just letting y'all know. Reese, Greg, Niambi, myself, and others are going to be sitting here looking at y'all going, it's above me now.
The couch is actually a choice.
Oh, okay. But are you going to get it passed? And whenever I put that out, it's amazing how people can actually go to the next step.
The couch is actually a choice.
Because y'all were some dumbasses. This person said, I'm asking for something that is only for black people and nobody else. And then, of course, you got to explain to them how this actually works.
I had one of my white supporters be very upset. She texted me and was very upset because she thought I was threatening to withhold the black vote and that a really bad man, Paxton, was going to win. And I told her I'm not threatening anything, but I also told her, you literally cannot shame us into voting for Talarico if he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues.
And then I want to hear y'all yell about tangibles. And all y'all who were talking all y'all trash, how y'all just dog everybody and y'all like reparations now or no vote.
If he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues.
And then, of course, you got to explain them how this actually works. The couch is actually a choice.
I ain't hear it come up with the Treasury Secretary here. I ain't hear it come up anywhere else. So I'm just letting all of the BS I heard the entire election. I can't wait to hear what y'all got to say. The couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it. And we've seen it. See, I could start naming some names. Philip Scott, Boyce Watkins, don't do it. Vicky Dillon, Tariq Nasheed, all that stuff y'all were talking. Let me know what's coming black folks' way with the billionaires running the show.
You literally cannot shame us into voting for Talarico if he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues.
The reason I think it's nonsense is because if you don't vote, then you're guaranteed to get nothing.
The couch is actually a choice.
So you're like, okay, I'm not going to do anything, I'm not going to say anything until you give me what I want. But I can't even attempt to give you what you want if I don't get elected. And then there's a primary process. So if you want somebody to deliver you something, then maybe you support that person in the primary. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, you're not voting.
So to say, what are you going to do? Like vote Republican? Like they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Talarico.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the couch is actually a choice.
And we've seen it. And we've seen it.
Shout out to the tethers of TikTok. Screenshot. Yeah, family. We've been holding on to these receipts. There's so many receipts to hold on to. You ain't just about to circle the wagon and try to mop up the water you spilled on the floor without anybody seeing. Nah, that puddle's too big. We saw you come in here with the mop. We saw you come in here looking around, trying to see if anybody sees you. Let me go ahead and try to mop up the mess that I made. Nah. We got screenshots of that mess. It's on the cameras. Everybody know you here, and while you here, you're going to try to clean up what you could not clean up prior. And we're laughing at you because we knew you'll be back to try and clean it up. Shout out to my sister, FBA Queen in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my warrior sister. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all that you do, my warrior sister. FBA cosplaying. I just can't. I'm with you. And Luckily enough for us, we don't have to. We don't have to. But family, all that, I want to remind you, all that he said, all that he just said, it's all because of one thing and one thing only. Shout out to the OJs. The almighty dollar. For the love of the money, people will switch up their rhetoric. For the love of the money, people will walk around like a sweaty bitch. For the love of the money, they will say, go to my iPad. Let me stop. Hold on. Oh, family. It's all for the love of the money. Let's go here.
I don't want to have to put shows on hiatus or cancel shows. But let me be perfectly clear. And I got no problem telling you this here. That's a possibility. I may have to cancel 3 or 4 of those shows to knock off about $80,000 to $90,000 in expenses. And so if the money is not there, it leads to cuts. It's as simple as that. So we don't want to have to do that, but that's a real possibility. So your support matters. And so please send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered, PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. I don't want to have to push.
Shout out to Deep. They smile in your face all the time, want to take your place. The backstabbers, backstabbers. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to take the place of the foundational Black American grassroots. And it just ain't working for them. It ain't working for them because we got receipts. We got invoices. And now they got to ask themselves, why would they audience want AstroTurf when they can actually have the real grass? Why would their audience want clones when they can have the originals and the originators? Why would your audience want somebody who's going to be half-stepping when whenever we step, we do it with big shoes? We don't do half steps. We do full steps on this side. We're the big steppers over here. Now, the mean green almighty dollar. Let's get over to what the family had to say. If you all don't mind, because you know the family is highly intelligent. Highly intelligent. So when we see people now trying to speak like us, move like the grassroots, talk like the grassroots, it confuses some people who knows that you're nowhere near the Black grassroots. Let's go here. Before we do, shout out to Alicia Stover. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. Defund all destiny swappers, and I'm with you 100% there. Defund everybody. Everybody. Shout out to our brother Ach in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well, family. Let's go here. Shout out to our brother King.
My white supporters be very upset. She texted me and was very upset because she thought they think that we have to vote for Dallas.
Yeah, but what they understand is that the couch is actually, and it's there in the data. I don't understand it.
Is that right? Now, over the past 5, 6, 7 years, y'all have seen cosplaying Joy Reid. Y'all have seen cosplaying Kamala Harris. Y'all have seen Roly Poly Martin walk back everything they said and kowtow to the grassroots to the Black American grassroots, one by one. Joy Reid, when she was on national television, sitting up there calling people crazy because we said, hey, our number one thing that we telling y'all to give us is reparations. And when she gets off national television, that's all, she can't stop talking about it. You seen Kamala Harris go on a world tour saying that it's okay to ask for tangibles for your vote. You just seen Roly Poly Martin get on his station talking about some, hey, the couch is a very good option if y'all look at the numbers, because the numbers absolutely bear it out. Look at the numbers. You ain't got the support that you used to have. Voting is a very good option. Mind you, in the past, he was calling us everything but the child of God for saying, hey, if you don't give us what we want, because y'all ain't done nothing for us in 60 years, then you will not get our vote. They called you everything but a child of God. Do you understand me? But when it's all said and done, when the real numbers come out, they can't do nothing but bow down to what the grassroots says, because we are always right. You will not chastise us. You will not play crazy with us. They don't have that tightened grip that they used to have on our community, and they know it. You want the support, you give us what we tell you to give us. You don't get to play with us no more. Do y'all understand that in order for the U.S. system to operate, the fictitious facade of a two-party system has to work? It has not been working, and that is thanks to you, Black American. Piece by piece, you are breaking this motherfucker down, and we will not stop. They don't have a choice but to kowtow to everything you said and you stand on, and we ain't done nothing but stood on it. Stop playing with us.
Family, once again, shout out to Brother King. Now let's go here.
What's going on with Roly Martin and Joy Reid using foundational Black American grassroots talking points? Y'all think I'm lying? Check this out.
See, shoves an APAC candidate down your throat. You have my permission and I'll vote for them, because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little APAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another APAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home.
So to say, what are you going to do? Like, vote Republican? Like, they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Republican.
Yeah, well, yeah, but what they understand is that the couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it since since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in Black voter participation in every election. It's right there in the numbers. I don't know what the hell they're looking at, and it's there in the data.
Don't they sound just like foundational Black American grassroots? Yes, that's how we talk. They've been watching us. Oh, y'all realize y'all been preaching to an empty church. Nobody's listening to that nonsense you're talking about. No one's interested in voting blue no matter who. We understand the Democrat Party is our enemy. Rolling talking about the couch is the best choice. We've been saying that. See, when we were saying that, you called us stupid fools. And we was talking like this years ago. Joy Reid, you said we was Russian bots. Ain't that what y'all said? Because we remember clearly. See, that's one thing about us as foundational Black Americans that's on the grassroots. We'll never lie to you. See, you have to comply because nobody's buying into that nonsense anymore. The Democrat Party has become a felon party, and we're going to crash and burn it all the way to the ground. See, y'all thought we was playing when we said we'll let this whole thing crash and burn. We really meant that. And y'all see that y'all are useless tools now, and they have no use for you. They have decided to move on. They said that your words have no real value anymore. As a matter of fact, we don't even want to deal with you Negroes. How about that? Well, the grassroots been telling y'all for the longest. We don't have any friends. We don't even have any permanent enemies. Only thing we demand is tangibles. No tangibles, no vote.
No tangibles, no god dang vote. Shout out to Shelly in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here. The entire government is about to crash, and the FBA is at the forefront. We're on fire, and you ain't lying there. No lies told whatsoever. Let me give a B1 salute To our good brother Project Leroy in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my warrior brother, as well as our sister Nene in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Much love to each and every one of you. Our good brother Still Kevin Trees is in the building. Much love to you and lover of truth. Much love to each and every one of you. Now, family, like I said, this new generation, this FBA reparations generation, yeah, this is quite literally showing everybody who's been in the right the whole time. And all we got to do is sit back and say no. That's how much power we're wielding. All we're doing is saying no. All we're doing is calling out the buffoonery, the coonery, the propaganda. And everybody's picking up on it. You can put together a bunch of buzzwords all you like, and folks can see right through it, especially when being asked a simple damn question. When people listen to the Black Grassroots versus a roly-poly Martin, when you're listening to the Black Grassroots, you're hearing us tell people simple and plain what's going on. And why you should be telling anybody who come to you for your vote, what are you going to do for my vote? But when they go and hear people like Roly-Poly Martin and Joyless Reed and Tiffany Cross and Angela Cry, yeah, people get confused. Because one day it's this and one day it's that. One day it's, God dang it, you a fool if you sit on the couch. The next day, they over here repeating what we're saying verbatim. Bar for bar. This is why they're losing their audience. And this is also why they're losing their patience. Shout out to our brother AO. They're in denial, and they're going to stay in denial because they don't want to walk out of that psychosis. Now, I also want you guys to understand and pick up on this too. Don't think that they're saying this because, like I said earlier, they're trying to get on the train late. No, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it seem as if they still have the ear of the Black grassroots. That's why they're saying things like, you have my permission. When we told, Kamala tried to say the same thing, we're going to get to her too. And we told her, we don't need your permission. But when you use words like, you have my permission, the Democrat oligarch, they look at those type of things and say to themselves, well, they're talking to the grassroots. Maybe they actually do have some power because nobody looking enthused to show up. They think that, well, if they don't show up, maybe Joy and Roland really did have some power over them. No. They just came out trying to tell us not to do something we already wasn't going to do in the first damn place. They're trying to get in front of the funding. The midterms ain't too far off. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get in front of the funding. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Schizophrenic is what they are, church. And I would agree with that. I was going to say a little bit more bipolar, but schizophrenic probably would fit well because that does have some elements of bipolarism, but they also see and hear things that aren't there. So, excuse me, you would be correct there. Excuse me, 1 second, family. Shout out to our good brother, Black Truth United, for all you do.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, radiant skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with Even Melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
A B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United, as well as our sister Brooke, evenmelanin.com. Make sure y'all got that down. And shout out to our good brother, Greg Marcel Dixon. I appreciate you guys giving me a hot second. I had to get me some libation, drink my water down, because God dang it. Like I said, the whole situation with the allergies here in Texas have become overbearingly crazy. And God dang it, it's been hitting me in the chest, the nose, all kind of places. Family, before we get to the next segment, we're going to talk about your girl, your sister girl, because we got to talk about the whole situation with the Essence Fest and how they were actually using the Essence Fest as a Democratic tether fest. That's basically what the Essence Fest was this year, a failed Democratic tether fest. And it just reminded me of when Kamala was doing all those goddamn presidential campaign concerts, because that's exactly what they are, concerts. That's what they were, concerts. And it just reminded me of how much it turned off so many people that she was doing those type of concerts. But before we get to Kamala, we got to go with your sister girl from around the way who don't got a job no more after the day. Well, after election day. Let's go to you. Well, the wannabe thought pocket. Let's go here.
Brain fried, scrambled like eggs in a skillet. Ooh. Thoughts running loose. Ooh. Can't even pin it. Ooh. Opinion spilling. Nonsense offended. Logic took a vacation. She ain't in it. Ooh. caught in the fog, lost in the static. Ideas chaotic, vibes erratic. Speeches, gymnastics, flips, acrobatic. Words land hard, awkward, and tragic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Lost keys, no pockets. Talking loud, no logic. Every thought catastrophic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Every move out of pocket.
Shout out to our sister Nene. The answer to your question is yes. That's why I said they turned it into a tether, well, basically a Democratic tether fest, because they wanted to get those tethers, you know, all riled up for some of these politicians. So you had a bunch of these folks show up to Essence. Michelle Obama, she did a whole goddamn podcast from Essence. So yeah, let's get into it, family. We're going to talk about Michelle at a later date, though, because I have something else queued up for her, and I want to include that into that. Now, this is what Jasmine Crockett was sounding like. She had to make sure she got everybody on her side. You know what I'm saying? Got to make sure everybody still understands that she's still there to turn out votes. But whose votes is the question. Let's go.
Never assume or presume that other people are just like so with it. I remember when I was actually about to vote, I'm snitching on one of my exes. He was a bruh for all of the bruhs that are in here. But nevertheless, I didn't know. Like, I don't usually date people who don't vote. I'm gonna just put it out there. Ooh, I'm just putting y'all in all my, anyway. So long story short, here it was. The election is coming about. And he was like, you know what? You're going to be the first politician I voted for since Barack Obama. Y'all, he is a whole, like, aerospace engineer. Like, I never in my mind.
He wasn't no he got high. He wasn't no aerospace engineer. He smoked good weed talking about he was an aerospace engineer.
We out of time. We ain't got time for this, Bakari.
No, I'm just saying, do not assume. Do not assume who votes or who doesn't vote. That is the point that I'm trying to make to y'all. There have been so many unhoused people that have actually cast their votes for me.
All right. Shout out to Rodney. Much love to you, and thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Also, a B1 salute to our sister FBA Queen. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. FBAs do not have Stockholm syndrome. You are damn correct when you say that, because everybody else, you look around, that's what basically you see, a bunch of people with Stockholms. You can't beat us and cuss us out and then send us flowers and expect us to love you. Exactly. That is asinine and it's stupidity. It is stupidity. It is counterproductive. Shout out to you. That was a perfect way to put it. You can't beat us and cuss us out and then send us flowers and say, baby, but please give me one more chance. Baby, please. One more chance. Won't you give me one more chance? Now, I wanted to play this first clip because I wanted to show you the energy of the Essence Fest and how they had, Angela Cry podcast up there, Andrew Gillum and Bakari Sellers. And they were all up there talking their nonsense. But while they were out there talking their nonsense, James Tallarico has been having a pretty tough time getting things together over here in Texas. Let's go here.
Listen, if he was running for city commission in Austin, maybe he has a chance. But Ken Paxton is a MAGA warrior. He's going to win Texas. Texas is ruby red. He's won this state a couple of times. He won his primary by a couple 100,000 votes. Tallarico has a strange fixation on trans kids. The fact that he believes that, God is non-binary, you can go on and on and on. He's not the right candidate for Texas. You could take that race off the list. We're going to win that easy.
Yeah, I think you're going to beat him too. And I've seen some polling, some real credible polling that shows as soon as Paxton got this nomination, he peaked up and Tallarico dropped. And this race is just beginning as Tallarico's comments come to light. Also want to ask you about Michigan and Wisconsin. So according to Politico, DSA officials and allies told Politico they've already shifted organizers, volunteers, and resources away from Maine towards Michigan and Wisconsin. That's where El Said is running. There's a socialist gubernatorial candidate. What are you going to do to stop the socialist insurgencies there?
Well, listen, we have everything we need, starting with the right candidates in these races. I mean, you look at Mike Rogers, an absolutely terrific candidate, and El Said is a disaster. Obviously, we came out this week and showed where he said he wants to defund the police. I mean, the great thing about our president, the contrast we can make with the Democrats in this upcoming cycle, is the fact that the president's already gone to bat for the American worker, to try to create a path for those that want to achieve the American dream. He's making communities safer. He stopped the border crossings. He's making our country safer every single day. He stopped the flow of poison coming in the southern, through the southern border. But it's that and a lot more. But what this race is really going to come down to is the fact that we have crazy radical leftists winning these seats as a result of Mondami, AOC, Bernie Sanders, who have taken over their party. In much respect to your last guest that you had on Jamie, but he obviously has missed the boat. 74% of the people voted for Plattner. The Democrats have been taken over by the socialists. And so what this race comes down to is normal reasonableness and common sense versus radical leftist policies that will fundamentally change our country.
Yeah, that's an issue in a lot of these races. There was a shock poll that came out in New Hampshire, and it's just one poll, but it shows Chris Pappas,
To Rodney, if you put a link in the chat, I am not going to be able to see it, or I won't be able to click it because it isn't a clickable link. What you can do is send it to me to my email, thechurchofblackpower@gmail.com, and then I'll take a look at it, family.
Democrat there with 43%. Chris Sununu, the Trump-backed candidate, with 42%. It shows a neck-and-neck race. New Hampshire wasn't even really on my radar, but could that be a GOP pickup?
Listen, it's been on my radar the whole time. We love Sununu. We think he's a phenomenal candidate. We think he's going to win that race as well, just like we think Rogers is going to win in Michigan. We went out there and we recruited, because what it comes down to is, do you have the candidates to win? We went out there and recruited the right candidates in all these races. Sununu was one of those guys. We have the candidates we need, and because of the left nominating these radicals, we have a lot of matchups that are going to be favorable to us. Don't take my word for it. Look at the Cook Political Report and see where these races are at. We have the resources that we need. We have the best messenger in Donald J. Trump. He's the best showman that's ever lived in politics. And we're going to start with the midterm convention, and we're going to take it. We're going to barnstorm the country. We're going to defy history, and we're going to make sure this president has a full 4 years to implement his agenda.
Yeah, and that's before Trump has gotten on the trail.
Joe, please get up off your knees. Joe, please get up off your knees glazing that man like that. That is wild. Anyway, family, while this is going on, Jasmine Crockett was over there at the Essence Fest saying basically in so many words, she don't give a damn about what's going on with Tallarico. The best thing that she can do is bring in other down ballot Democrats to vote for. I bull stuff you not. Let's go here. She's basically saying F Tallarico and F the Democratic Party too. Let's go here.
So for me, I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on the stage with him. It is the fact that I endorse 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind, because the reality, don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. I don't. And don't worry about my math, about my math, and about my math. And
family. Family. I wonder if she was using the same math when she thought she was going to win that Senate race. I wonder if she was using the same math as she was using when she was going to try to get the Latinos to vote for her while not bringing any policy to foundational Black Americans. I wonder if it's the same math. I wonder if it's the same math that got her drawn out of her district. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. Inquiring minds, you know? Shout out Mrs. Williams. She sabotaged herself. That's what it is. Miss Nisi called it right out. To be college educated, she's plumb dumb. I ain't heard plumb dumb in a while, but god dang, that is one of those Southern terms. If I ain't heard one in a while, that is it. Shout out to all the elders out there that's ever used plumb dumb. That's I love that term. Anyway, yes, she is absolutely hindering herself in every damn way. About time. Jasmine, she might catch a stray. Yeah, let her catch all the strays. Hey, church, if you do the hot toddy, make sure you use black tea only. Hey, you know what? I might have to do a hot toddy a little bit later, and I actually do have some black tea. I have some black tea here that I ordered a little while ago that I have not opened yet. So yeah, that might be what I need. Thank you very much, my sister. I'm gonna look into that after this. Let's let her continue.
It works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. Let's run that back a little bit, shall we? Run it back a little bit more. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. All right, let's hear that again.
Mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. How it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls.
Now, Jasmine, are you telling me you knew that and you didn't bring Black Americans not one thing to get us out to those polls? Now, Jasmine, you make a valid point. If you give people more than one thing to vote for, you're more likely to get people to get out to those polls. So why didn't you take that into account when you was running your campaign, Jasmine? Shout out to AO. He said if that don't work, use peppermint tea. I'm going to definitely check out. I might just mix them both, but I'm going to start with the black tea first to make sure, just to see if we're going to be good with the black tea without the peppermint. But if I got to mix peppermint with anything, I'm going to put it with the black tea too. Shout out to you. Jasmine, Miss Crockett, Miss Crooked Wig. I got to ask the question. If you know what drives people out to the polls, why didn't you utilize that tactic in your campaign? Why didn't you come to the Black community and say, look, here are the policies that I want to push for this community? Here are several policies that I have on the table that I would like you guys to take a look at and think about giving me your vote. Oh, Jasmine, that might have got you into the office. You might have beat Tallarico. You might have been the one going off into, the primaries. But you refuse, and the Democratic Party refused, and y'all continue to refuse, but yet you keep on bringing us up. But you keep bringing us up with nothing to give to us. When you just said so yourself, you know that what?
The reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas.
So, Jasmine, you could have came to us with a reparations bill. You could have came to us with an anti-black hate crime bill, the Freedmen hate crime bill. You could have came to us with certain policies for certain communities within the black community. You could have done all these things. You could have put those 3 things on the table and say, hey, I might not be able to get all 3 of these things done, but as long as I'm in office for this up and coming period, I will be pushing these 3 bills for you. Now, I'm not going to say I can get all 3 passed, but I will be pushing all 3. And if I can't get this one reparations bill passed, I'm putting all my energy behind making sure we get this goddamn Freedmen hate crime bill passed. I'm putting all my energy behind bringing more funding to your community. This is the policy that would have gotten people out there to say, well, Jasmine is actually talking about tangibles. Jasmine is actually talking about bringing something of substance to the community. So, yeah, I think it's maybe we should, take a second to look at her to see if she's a viable option. But that didn't happen, did it, Jasmine? All that happened was a bunch of empty jargon. Screenshot this. I'm sure this is the the way her ex-bro is used to seeing her. Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. Bad church. Bad church. Leave her alone. Leave her and her ex-bro alone. Exactly, my brother. Jasmine burnt her own bridge. She walked right across that bridge. She was dripping goddamn gasoline all on that bridge on her way through that bridge. Then she turned around when she got to the other side and said, we don't need you no more, and set that bitch aflame. Now, shout out Kelly Goodman in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Some of Jasmine's followers are people who are in the Democratic Party are now kind of side-eyeing Jasmine. Sure. I'm not sure of anything. If I am sure of anything, is that I'm not sure of that at all. Now, her stands are what's going on? Family, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. StreamYard just did some wild stuff right now. Please put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me before we continue. All right, we're good. Okay, cool. Before we continue, let me give a B1 salute to our good brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Thank you for being here, my warrior brother, and thank you for being a member for 14 months strong. Thank you for all your contributions and everything that you do, my warrior brother. Those Judas, those Judas coins must spin real well in her delusion, and you are absolutely correct. You know she out there spinning like a mad woman. In her head. What was that song? In my mind, in her mind, she'll always be a bootlick. Shout out to my good brother Gary Williams in the building. What's up with you, my warrior brother? Hope all is well with you. And shout out to GG in the building as well as David in the building. Much love. And listen, here is in the building as well. Much love, as well as Peachy Yellow Rose. Shout out to you as well. And thank you all for being here. Now, let's go here.
This is taking social media by storm.
Y'all are still so focused on me. Bro, like, I'm not running. I'm not running. I'm not running. I'm not running. Okay? So, like, focus on the people that are in the race. So if you have this urge to be like, oh, Jasmine this, Jasmine that, maybe use that energy towards Kim Paxton this, Kim Paxton that. Because last time...
Family, do she sound upset that she didn't win? Do she sound upset that nobody put in a ballot for old Jasmine Crockpot? I'm just saying, it sounds pretty stained to me. She sounds like she's pretty jaded to me.
I'm not running. I'm not running. Okay? So, like, focus on the people that are in the race. So if you have this urge to be like, oh, Jasmine this, Jasmine that, maybe use that energy towards Kim Paxton this, Kim Paxton that. Because last time I checked, no matter how much I end up being a part of the conversation, there is one person that is guaranteed not to become the next senator in the state of Texas, and that's Jasmine Felicia Crockett.
There are a number of people.
So, Jasmine, your middle name is Felicia? Oh, I got to get another drop now. You know, we just going to have to add the bye Felicia to this. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to add the bye Felicia drop. I didn't know her middle name was Felicia. It makes sense now. It all makes sense. Oh, coming next broadcast.
Particularly Black women that are fiercely saying, why should Jasmine Crockett support James Tallarico? She lost the primary. It's not her duty to support him. Why are people making it a Black woman's responsibility to campaign for him? She doesn't have any right to do that. And I am just shocked by it all. In March, right after she lost, Jasmine Crockett said, with the primary behind us, Democrats must rally around our nominees and win. I'm committed to doing my part and will continue working to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. To me, it is just holding Jasmine Crockett to the very statement that she said, which I think it was the right one. The goal is to turn Texas blue. The goal is to unify. These are her words. This is what she said we should do. And then for Jasmine Crockett to put up this video of like, why y'all talking about me? Why are y'all making it about me? Well, it's not necessarily that. It's about unifying to come together because for the first time in 31 years, it seems that Texas could actually turn blue. I understand people being upset that they voted for Jasmine Crockett and Jasmine Crockett did not win. I understand them being upset that the narrative was a Black woman is not able to win in Texas and they felt like that was used against Jasmine Crockett. Okay, maybe she doesn't go to the convention, fine. But when asked, are you going to support him? Your words are, I have no idea. Jasmine Crockett ran on energizing the base. I'm just noting that if I'm watching you support other Democrats who are running in races who are not down ballot races, Governor of California is not a down ballot race. And you were coming to California to support Becerra. But in our own state, Texas, where you've run in the local Congress, you were in national Congress representing a district, it should be about the bigger picture at this point. And it should be about turning Texas blue and using her own words. It should.
Shout out to Christopher Ellis. Babble, babble, babble. Vote blue, no matter who. Babble, babble, and that's exactly what it is. And I'm glad that everybody is seeing it for what it is. Even the people in the party. Jasmine Crockett traveling all throughout the United States to get votes for people who really don't need that down ballot situation. Flying to California, flying to New York to be around Mondani, all that stuff, that doesn't show your, your steady, fast loyalty to the party. That's the facts. Don't do her like that. She looks a lot better than freaking Candace Owens. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be more inclined to look at her without listening than Candace Owens. I can't look at her, or I can't turn off the goddamn sound to watch her. Nothing. I can't do it. Her, I'll be more inclined to turn off the sound and try to read her lips. Like, okay, what is she trying to say? She said you thought it was can't dance. That's crazy. Shout out to Christopher Radio one more again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. Democrats love Crockett's labor, not her leadership. Hey, that is a fantastic way of putting it. Because the Democratic Party love our pain, but they don't want to see us with our joy. They're being treated the very same way. All these people in the party who's melanated is being treated the very same way that the Democrats have been treating us. And they're just now coming along finding out. That's why Jasmine is so bitter. That's why she's not willing to get out there for Tallarico. Well, all truths will come to the light. And it comes racing out of the darkness. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Thank you once again for your donation. Now, remember the woman that I told you to keep in mind. Remember the woman that I told you to keep in mind. Well, here's Crockpot and April Ryan.
Congresswoman, you look so cute. That's my soror. So, Congresswoman.
That's my soror. Put a pin in that soror nonsense. We'll get back to it after she's done here.
And what is the 4th of July to Black America?
It's a reminder of how we were founded and the fact that we actually built this country. And the fact is that while America may be celebrating 250 years, we have not seen anywhere near half as much time in actual liberation as Black people. And it's a reminder that it is time to dig in and make sure that we tell the real history of this country and what it is that Black people have always contributed, and make sure that we start to uplift Black excellence. And so that is why it is exciting that we are here at Essence Fest, where we are able to celebrate ourselves, even when other people look at us and actually they envy us. But that's a whole
and
other
marching in the heat. I know. I felt that heat stare. Marching in the heat, the white nationalists in DC today.
We don't want you here. I'm gonna tell y'all like to tell us, even though you can't return stolen goods, y'all need to just leave.
Ooh.
Just saying.
With that said, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, over and out from the Essence Festival. Mwah.
Yeah, I think you need to be saying former Texas Congresswoman, because she will no longer be a Congresswoman after this session, Miss Ryan. But notice how she said my soror, all this other crap. Shout out to Sweet Butters in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my warrior sister. I want to show you something, family. These folks put so much on their sororities and fraternities that when situations like this happens, they get baffled. Let's go here. This white woman joined the AKAs and then went and voted for Donald J. Trump.
Black sorority absolutely boggles my mind. There's this white shorty named Kylie Witt, and she joined the AKAs, and she was liking and reposting a bunch of stuff that was supporting Donald Trump. And my first question to her would be, what was the reason that you joined them if you're voting for Donald Trump? You know what I'm saying? And it's this shit like this that shows how bored white people would be if Black folks weren't there for them to torment and just fuck with.
Now, family, I want you to understand the nonsensical rhetoric that's coming out of this man's mouth. This man here is trying to figure out, why would a white woman go and join a fraternity? It isn't really a black fraternity. It just has a bunch of black people in it. Because the AKAs protect other fraternities and sororities. So when you ask the question, why would a Nabisco join the black fraternity? The fraternity is not a black fraternity. This is why we keep telling everybody that Kamala Harris isn't black just because she's a part of the AKAs. That is a white woman who joined the AKAs. And they couldn't stop her from joining the AKAs because a sorority or fraternity aren't racial groups. And if they are racial, they can be disbanded. Well, at least when it comes to foundational Black Americans. You go to a legacy school, a legacy college, a Ivy League, and you try to join one of those fraternities on the Ivy Leagues, yeah, they could deny you without any cost. But when you're at a HBCU, you better bet your bottom dollar that every one of those fraternities are inclusive. Every one of those fraternities and sororities are inclusive. And I've been trying to explain this for the longest to people. And also, who said just because you're an AKA, you got to vote Democrat? Who say Ivory racist leagues? Exactly. Who says that because you are a Kappa that you got to go vote Democrat? No. People get to choose what they want to vote for. It's their interest. So even if they go and join a sorority, they're doing that for their interests as well. Because whether you know it or not, a white girl in a black sorority, the white girl is actually going to get pulled to the top before any of those black folks. Remember, these organizations are nothing but networking firms, basically. These are networking groups. And if the people at the top is working so hard to protect the Nabiscos that's above them, what makes you think that a Nabisco woman joining a fraternity or sorority that is majority black, she's going to have to go through the roast? No, she's going to get pulled up way quicker than anybody else in those fraternities or sororities. Now, prove me wrong. Shout out Conceal in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister, as well as Ty B. Enlightenment. Enlightened, excuse me. Much love to you. Phone broke, huh? Exactly. Network for other cults, jobs, and weird shit. You are absolutely correct. This is where your gatekeepers come from. And no matter what level of Nabisco, they can get in there and become a gatekeeper for you just as well. In-house spying. I feel you 100%. Let's continue. Oh, some people didn't like that. Lost about 30 people after letting people know about that, huh? Yeah, you think that people have to go and vote the way you want them to vote, but they don't have to. Whether y'all in the same sorority or fraternity together, voting is an individual sport. Well, it's actually a group sport, group economic sport. But when you get in that booth, is individualistic as hell because you thinking about your interest.
Or gain some sort of like social currency or entertainment from. And my first question to the people that let her in would be like, did you not think about checking her socials, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, or just asking some questions that would get her to expose herself. You know what I'm saying?
They can't deny her entry because of her political views. That's discrimination, idiot. See, a lot of these folks be talking like they're educated, but they have no damn sense. Shout out to Sweet Butters. No mandatory black studies at HBCUs and or most universities, but that Satanism bond for life. For life. And guess what? They're still going to be beholden to that Nabisco girl, even though she votes for Donald Trump.
And like, just I'm thinking about how many other black candidates were definitely more qualified to be in there, because if you look at the dances she was doing, she looked like she drugged out, looked like she barely gone through the motions. And I feel like I'm being very lenient. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. And it's not like she's doing some sort of like crazy Dougie either, because you know they love to let the white folks that can do the Dougie real good in there. She not even doing that shit, bro. And I don't understand why there's a lot of black folks out there that are so lenient with white and non-black people and letting them into our spaces, but we're quick to be judgmental with our own people. You know what I'm saying? And when you think about the fact that there's probably a lot of white sororities out there, white fraternities out there that are never going to look at a black candidate to come and join them. Yet we're letting a fucking Donald Trump supporter in. What are we talking about? The idea of a white woman willingly joining.
Shout out to Nene. The Democrats are just as a cult like MAGA. You are absolutely correct. That's the point here. So with all the little, my soror, she probably voted for Tallarico. She probably voted for Tallarico. I don't know where she lived, but I know if she lived in Texas, she probably voted for Tallarico. That's not all, family. I want to go here.
Or I feel like that's what I hear. But when we look at the numbers, if there's any group of people that the party should be most loyal to and most vocal about, is black people, because black people have historically held this down. Now, we don't have the numbers in this country for sure, but percentage wise, there is only one group of people. When you walk into a room full of black people, you can almost guarantee that they believe in the democratic ideals. When you walk in,
we don't have the numbers for sure. Jasmine, the Asians don't have the numbers. Y'all still gave them an Asian hate crime bill. The LGBTQ don't have the numbers, and y'all still signed, well, Obama signed over 20 plus goddamn executive orders for that group. Other people don't have to have the numbers. They just go out and say what they need. And all of a sudden, here comes the Democrats pushing through the door with the S on their chest talking about, here we are to save the day. Now, where are my immigrants and tethers at? Where are my tethers at? Let me hear you say, whoop, whoop. That's what they do. Didn't nobody have the numbers to force women to let men who dress like women into their bathrooms, and the Democratic Party went through and tried to force that upon people? Damon, focus, my brother. Focus. Let's continue.
into a room full of white people, you don't know what you're walking into. Okay. So I think that we have to come to a consensus about a baseline of when we're talking about the LGBTQIA community, we all gonna stand with the community as a whole, and maybe even have something specific that's like that one big thing that like nobody can fold on. Same thing with Black folks, same thing with Latinos, same thing with women, same thing with all of the different kind of fractions within our umbrella. We have to say, as a baseline, we will not accept anybody that does not stand for these very basic things. And frankly, for Black folk, it's just honestly acknowledging our humanity. Black people are
what?
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the hell are you talking about, Jasmine? For Black folk, it's about reparations. For Black folk, it's about a transformative agenda for our community. For Black folk, it's about a Freedmen hate crime bill. For Black folk, it isn't about anybody acknowledging our humanity, because we fight to make sure everybody understands whether you accept our humanity or not, we accept our humanity. We're not fighting for people to recognize our humane nature. That is buffoonish. We're fighting for policy. We're fighting for the repair that is just due to our lineage. Like I said, these folks, oh, they be clowning. Oh, they clowning. Let's go here.
When somebody comes at you and says, oh, you've got to help me because I'm a Democrat and it's about our democracy, you ask them, who is our? Who are you talking about?
Oh, you sounding like us now, ain't it? Oh, put all the tap dancing to the side. Go ahead, start over.
Number one, when somebody comes at you and says, oh, you've got to help me because I'm a Democrat and it's about our democracy, you ask them, who is our? Who are you talking about? What exactly is it that you plan to do for my community? Do you even know what is happening in my community? Do you understand that Black women specifically are under attack and they have been targeted, and we have the largest unemployment that we have ever seen before?
What the does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
These folks still don't get it. You cannot separate or segregate the Black man from the Black woman from the Black child. That is the Black community. So you come off trying to sound like us and then go into the intersectionality. You can keep that Kimberly Crenshaw nonsense over there. Because once again, you're just showing you're so knowledgeable about what's going on in the grassroots. You're not reading the room, Jasmine. Continue.
Specifically for Black women, are you willing to stand up and say something and do something about that in this moment? Because it's not specifically for Black women. Specifically for Black women. Specifically for Black women.
Now she wants specifics for Black women. Even if you had all the Black women in the Black community, you still wouldn't have enough to get by. Even if you had all the Black women on the planet, the Democratic Party would still fold. Continue.
Are you willing to stand up and say something and do something about that in this moment? Because it's not enough that you just go and vote for the person that has a D by their name and think that everything's going to be fixed. It is about making sure that they understand that we are partners. They are not your leader. We are partners. And if anything, we follow your lead.
No, we are not partners. I am not your partner. I'm your boss. I am your boss. If I send you to Congress, I am not your partner. I am your boss because my taxes pay for your dumb ass to be there. I am not your partner. And that's the problem that many of you are having. You look at us as partners, but not as partners, as sexual interest that you can abuse. That type of partner. And what I'm saying to you is, we're not that partner. We're not your jaded lover. We're not the people that want to just be friendly with you, who wants to just have friends in there. We're not none of that. We are your bosses. You work for us. You do what we say or you get your ass out. You're fired. That's the dynamic. And if you don't understand that dynamic, then all you're doing is still speaking like a shill. You're not standing on business. You're only doing this because you're unsatisfied with the way things turned out when it came down to you and your business in the Democratic Party. That's why we're doing this. That's why we sit here and highlight these buffoons, these clowns around the circus, so that everybody can hear the nonsensical rhetoric that comes out of their mouth, and then they can hear what a real foundational sounds like, what a real person who stands on the square when it comes down to being there for his community, for her community. I don't even know what makes these people think that this is a partnership. This is not a partnership. This is a dictatorship. If you do not do what we tell you to do, you are gone. And Jasmine, as somebody who just lost her election, I would think you would know that. I would think that you would pick up on it. Now, while I don't agree with everything Jasmine Crockett had to say, I don't agree with much of anything Jasmine had to say. Let me also go here too, because I don't agree with any of these bootlick and tap dancing coons on the other side of the aisle either. Let's go here.
Of what America owes Black women, the answer is everything. When we think about the sacrifices that Black women have made from the moment that we were stolen from our homelands and transported into this country, this 4th of July, I say celebrate a Black woman that you know, because whether it's an invention that she made or whether it's the very democracy that still hangs by a thread right now, there's a Black woman to thank for her contributions. When it comes to answering.
But Quisha, we know we can see you, right? And we can hear you. We know you're Black. Like, so Stevie Wonder knows you're Black, okay? Helen Keller knows you're Black, okay? Like we know. We just, between the untamed weave and you got the eyelashes back and all that, and you sound like you're trying to ghetto it up for everybody. We know. Trust me, we know. As far as Black women and their contributions through history, I'm not going to say Black women haven't contributed to history. They have. However, now you're just exaggerating. It's not, we don't owe our freedom to Black women. We don't owe our liberties to Black women. It's actually white men that we owe our freedoms and liberties to.
Please. Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
This is why I don't condone people running from one plantation to the next. This is why I don't rock with these performative bootlicking coons on the left or on the right. You got one coon sitting here trying to remove black men from the equation all the damn gather, and then you got another coon who's sitting here talking about black people owe their freedoms to white men. When we fought ourselves out of slavery, Lincoln said himself, and I say this all the damn time, any rhetoric saying that they're looking to free the slaves is a slander and a lie. And then he goes on to talk about and say, if I can preserve the Union and free the slaves, I would do so. If I could preserve the Union without freeing the slaves, I would do so. And if I can do neither and still preserve the Union, I would do so. Them white men that was fighting so that the South wouldn't succeed and become its own country, because a lot of the money from the South was going to the North for taxes. And the South wanted to succeed because they didn't want to give up their slaves. So the fight was an economic fight. It didn't become a fight where we was involved until we started freeing our damn selves and heading up north, and freeing our damn selves and heading over there to the Seminoles, freeing ourselves and saying, hey, we're not rocking with this. We're about to join the fight. And this is why foundational Black Americans who are in the Black grassroots, we do not condone running from one plantation to the next. Because on one plantation, you're practicing erasure, and on the other plantation, you're practicing erasure. What good is it? What good is it for either one of us to be on either plantation? Shout out to payroll. We don't owe YTs nothing, nada, but a good old ass whooping. Shout out to Dr. John Herrick Clark. We don't owe anybody any goddamn thing but a good old ass whooping. Let's let them continue.
Between the Declaration of Independence, between the War of 1812, between the Civil War, between World War I and II, every war that has fought to preserve our freedoms and liberties, yeah, you can thank a white guy for that.
No, every war that was fought from the very first time someone died on the soil, Christopher Addicts, it was foundationals that made that war winnable. The Nabiscos wasn't winning those wars on their own. They needed help on all sides, from the Revolutionary War on out. Find me a war that they didn't need foundationals to fight in. Go. Like I said, these bootlicking, tap dancing coons, I might not agree with Jasmine Crockett in her statement, but I don't agree with this bootlicker neither. This Stephen from Django ass nigga, I don't agree with him either. For all the new subscribers, shout out to you. And for all the new viewers, take note. This is what it means to be pro-Black, to be foundational, to understand that your interest is real. And you got a bunch of real bootlicking, sambo, tap dancing, puppy dog looking mother lovers running around trying to be under the Nabisco's heels, while we're sitting here fighting the fight that needs to be fought.
I know, Boquisha, you want to sister girl it up for everybody. You think you're doing something radical, and you think you're being a rebel by trying to take away from July 4th, if Independence Day. We get it. We understand. You're trying to fight.
In order for there to be a we, there has to be a me. And you will notice we is just me flipped upside down. So the next time you decide to make a we statement, make sure it includes me.
For whatever relevance you might have left. We get it. However, let's not get crazy. There are places in history for Black women. Fighting for freedom isn't one of them. This woman is going to ugly cry as soon as they kick her out of Congress. The second they change the locks on her doors, she going to ugly cry.
And you're going to ugly cry once your Nabisco friends kick you out the friend group. Oh, you probably won't be able to ugly cry because usually when Nabiscos kick their Black friend out of the friend group, it's permanent. They kick them out of life. All right, family. So that's that. And we got one more section to go into. One more segment, family. One more segment. Let's do it.
Send in the clowns. Those daffy, laughy clowns. Send in those soulful and doleful schmaltz by the bowlful clowns. Send in the clowns.
They're already here.
And Dave, listen, I'm sorry. I have to come back with the double whammy, man. Why every time she come around, it's all this extra coonery going around. All this dancing, opening bags of motherfucking chips and that she don't eat. All this fake. Look, she can't even walk regular. This is what it's like y'all don't understand. In their body language, all the shit they do around you, that's what they think of you. She don't go around her colleagues. She don't do all this yippity yap, shakety shake, bake bullshit, man. When y'all gonna start looking at this for what it is? It's disrespect, man. It's disingenuous, man. It's not real. It's an act. It's an act. Every time I see her, she's somewhere fucking acting, man. When y'all gonna get tired of act? When? When is enough enough? And Dave, listen, I'm sorry. I have to come back with the.
Shout out to that brother. I felt that was the perfect way to start it off. You know, right after the song is through, she over there getting her little jig on, her little jig. That's how she was dancing with Doug when she was dancing to a vibrant thing. It's such a vibrant thing. You know what? Family, we ain't did it in a minute. And since it's going to be on the upcoming Black Politics album, I think it's time to do it one more time. I think we can do it again. Let's do it. Let me go ahead and pull this down for a second, family, before we get back into the situation with Cop Mala. Let's go here. Yeah, let's go here.
Dancing through the spotlight's glare, Kamala with the style to spare. Indian roots and culture's thread, but now she sways with soul instead. California color shifting blend, Asian roll to the very end. Now she grooves to a different beat, votes to catch in every street. Who's that lady changing face, swaying in a brand new place? Cosplaying, playing the game beat, votes to catch in every street. Who's that lady changing face, swaying in a brand new place? Cosplaying, playing the game. Different mask but same old name. Waving in the
of night. Roots that stretch from distant lands, now embraced by voters' hands. From the court to center stage, every move a different page. Blending stories in the dance, a disco queen's electoral chance. Shifting colors every song, who she was and where she belongs. For she seeks rhythmic beat in the spotlight, feeling sweet.
Oh yeah, family, the Black Politics album, it's gonna have to drop. It's gonna have to drop. You know, that song dropped in October. It was ready to go. It was ready to go. Now we got to drop the whole damn album. We got to drop the whole album. But family, I wanted to show you all the things that we had to go through. All the things we had to go through. And the corny dancer was one of them. The corny dancer was one of them, family. Shout out to Rodney. Much love to you. And thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always. For support, I wish I could give you more. I'm retired. No worries, my brother. No worries at all. And like I said, if you want to send a link to me, go ahead and send it through the email. And that's the best way for me to see what you were trying to show me, family. Thank you again. You was dancing your butt off. Yeah, that's on the Black Politics album as well. That's on the Black Politics album as well. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. Yeah, I'm petty. We gets real petty on this side. Shout out to our sister Lillian Madison in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sisters. I'm tired. Why he throw Biden like that? That's how they threw him out of the race, remember? But Biden was just, they did a coup and tossed his ass right up out of the race, and they used Obama's ass to do it. And Obama, that's why I put him in there, tossing Joe Biden right into the water. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, and he threw him from the hip too. Oh yeah, we got a lot of bops on the Black Politics album. I'm gonna let y'all know ahead of time. There is a lot of bops. My favorite on it right now is the What You Gonna Do, because they got more of a Rick James style to it, and it is awesome, to be honest with you. So I can't wait until it's done being mastered so that I can actually put it on the site. Now, we dodged the bullet, family. We dodged the bullet. I played that video before I played this one because it's shout out to Tim Black. Everything that he says here, we saw in the video, and you're going to see even more right here.
I really, truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves.
Family, hold on. Tell me, and this is just us being hypothetical or speculatory. Speculatory is probably the better word. Does she look like she's sober to you? No. I'm not talking about alcohol tips. I'm not talking about what Jaquan is talking about. Now, everybody in the club get tipsy. No. I'm talking about on something heavier. Look how glossy her eyes are. Look how glossy her eyes are. The only thing her eyes is quite literally missing, quite literally, the only thing they're missing is the dilated eyes. And then I would say, oh, this woman's on cocaine. She's on cocaine. If I ain't never seen somebody on cocaine, she's on cocaine. But her eyes aren't dilated. So I'm kind of questioning what it is that got her like this, because if she was drunk, I would think that her eyes would be a little bit more bloodshot. This woman's eyes are completely glossed over. 1738. Oh, love it. Let's go here once again.
I really truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves. And when we feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light, and instead let that light kind of carry us in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only act on that hope, but we inspire that hope in each other. And in particular at this moment, it is so important that we not only have hope, but that we understand that that should be a verb.
Full of shit.
I know there are people that say Tim Black, Kamala Harris should have won. I know there's people that think it all the time. They look at the coverage of Trump. They say Trump did this, Trump did that. I get it.
Nene. Nene over here playing goddamn Sherlock Holmes. She didn't Inspector Gadget this whole situation. So this was Kamala's cocaine that was found at the White House. Her and Hunter was having cocaine parties over there at the White House, allegedly. Oh, Nene, I think you cracked the door open for that one. Shout out to you. Oh.
I understand why you say that. I disagree because I feel fundamentally that the immigration issue is a powder keg. I do. And anybody who was willing to stop the bleeding of jobs in the Black community, anyone who was slowing down the rate of immigration, the mass influx, I think it's worth it. I do. I'm sorry. I think it's worth it. If you got to go get an ID to vote, go get it. If there are going to be some Black politicians who don't get to be politicians, oh no, sorry. Yeah, there's always work at the post office. Go get some white votes. Here's the thing. We dodged the bullet with Kamala Harris. Fam, this shit right here, this person that's talking all the time, that's saying these weird things, that wants to be. It's like she wants to be something that she is not. She's not articulate. She's not insightful. She's not wise. It's just airhead. There are many of my colleagues in the media space, the independent media space, who want to say it, who just don't have the guts to say it. They're just afraid that their careers will come to a halt. It's a price to pay for saying the truth. So I'm saying it for you because I know you cannot. Kamala Harris is not good at speaking. She's not a leader. She's not a leader. Anyone who can hear the sound of her voice is getting dumber every time she talks.
Y'all in here got me in tears right now. Maybe she's on that Tucci. Oh, God. So what is she, Madam Tucci? You know what I'm saying? If Lil Wayne is Lil Tucci, she's Madam Tucci. Okay, hey, somebody said maybe it's the prescriptions, and honestly, that makes a lot of sense. If you're popping prescriptions, your eyes they can gloss over, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your pupils will dilate like as if it was like cocaine or something like that. So yeah, I think we cracked the code there, family. Maybe, just maybe, just saying. Handshaking all gingerly. Oh, yes. I love it. You guys are way too much. Masa Musa said this live took a dark turn. Shout out to Chris Radio once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Kamala the wrestler is the only Kamala I'm voting for. You better make sure to put the wrestler after it, or they might try to, you know what I mean, right over it and put Harris. You know what I mean? Like, this person loved her so much, he had to write in her name. He messed up. He spelled her name wrong. So we had to go in and correct it. He put the wrestler instead of Harris. But we got that. We got her. He got a vote. She got a vote. Mask off. Mask off. Now, family, let's get into them mimicking us once again. Shout out to Miss TT. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always. Eye contact stop the eyes from looking dilated. Oh, so you're saying as long as she had on some contacts, that would prevent the dilated look, huh? I never knew that. Thank you for telling me that, sister. See, bringing in some information that I did not know. You learn something new every day. Godly, maybe she had in contacts. Does she wear glasses? I don't think that even matters. Shout out to Miss TT for bringing that truth to light to the building, because I damn sure didn't know nothing about that. Not that it would matter for me, but still. Now I'm be looking at people's eyes a little bit closer, like, God dang it, you got in contacts? Because you're acting like you're on drugs. That's going to be my new way of saying things. Hey, do you have on contacts? No? You sure? Yeah, because you're acting like you're on drugs, and I just can't, you know what I'm saying, put two and two together. The eyes ain't dilated. Now, family, let's go here. Y'all remember when she said this at the Nan Fest? The same fest that our good brother Melrose stood up on and let everybody there know. No tangibles, no vote.
You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional. You know how I was talking earlier.
Hold on, family, because she looked toe back right there too. Anyway.
You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional? I think we need to be transactional voters. I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote, and it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of.
In order for there to be a we, there has to be a me. And you will notice we is just me flipped upside down. So the next time you decide to make a we statement, make sure it includes me.
The lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter, the assassination of Dr. King.
We?
So many things that we must remember about history so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes, and here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, get yours. 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 Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take.
Like I said, family, everybody has to catch up to us. Everybody has to catch up to us. Y'all remember that song? Get it, get it, get it, girl. Kamala said, get yours. After we didn't allow her to say that she wouldn't do anything only for Black people. No. Shout out to Rodney once again. Thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. All right, give me a second and I'll check it out.
For granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, oh, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to get.
You don't have to offer that. That's what we're taking. We've been taking that. Before you, we told Hillary Clinton the exact same thing. We've been getting ours. And if we ain't getting it, you ain't getting our vote. Rodney, I didn't receive your email. So this is what you do. Go to click on my picture in the corner over there. Go to my page, my community tab. In my community tab, in the more section, you should be able to, you know what? I'll do it like this. I'll do it like this. I will just put it into the chat, and then you can click it and send the email directly there, because you might not be. So this is my email in the chat. You should be able to hyperclick, or it should have a hyperlink. You should be able to click it. But yes, as our sister Nene says, we don't need anybody's permission. You know who gave us this permission? The ancestors. Yeah, the ancestors told us all at one damn time. They told us all at one time. They said, hey, guys, are y'all happy with what's going on? Is this what we died for? Is this what we fought and bled for? Are you guys happy with this? We were like, no, not at all. To be honest with you, this is disrespectful, highly disrespectful, highly. And the ancestors said, okay, well, go ahead and sit it out. They'll get right. Go ahead and sit it out. And while you're sitting it out, don't worry. Our energy will be on the move. Yeah, we're going to burn down plantations, and, we're going to go ahead and set off situations in these sundown towns to where, they get hit with a couple of things, we're going to do what we do as your ancestors, as your family and energy, as you're tied to this land. And we didn't all have to be in the same room in order to hear it. We all heard it, and we were all just at home. We was on the road. We was in class. Wherever you were, you heard it. You heard the call to the ancestors, and the ancestors said yes. Hey, thank you for listening. Thank you for giving us glory and honor. Thank you for appreciating everything that we did to make sure you was able to get to this point here today. Because contrary to popular belief, our ancestors didn't die for our right to vote. Our ancestors died for our right to live. And what that encompasses being able to do all the things that everybody else in this country is able to do without having a gun put to the back of our heads or a rope put around our neck. So, voting is just one tool to get to the right to live. It is not the only tool. And if nobody is bringing you the right to live, namely policy, you have the right to sit it out. That in itself is a vote. It's just not the vote for who they want it to be for. It's a vote for the couch. Now, I want to remind you, shout out to this brother here. Got a cold ass bow tie.
Kamala, what you gonna do for black people? I ain't gonna do nothing specifically for no black people. What you gonna do for immigrants? Here's 10 things on day one.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No.
January 20th, 2021. What specifically would you do with the thousands of people who want a better life through asylum?
I will immediately, by executive action, reinstate DACA status and DACA protection to
Thousands of people want a better. What specifically would you do with the 20th, 2021? What specifically would you do with 2021? What specifically would you do with 2021? What specifically would you do with the thousands of people who want a better life through asylum?
I will immediately, by executive action, reinstate DACA status and DACA protection to protection for deferral of deportation for their parents and for veterans who we have so many who are undocumented and have served our country and fought for our democracy. I will also immediately put in place a meaningful process for reviewing the cases for asylum. I will release children from cages. I will get rid of the private detention centers. And I will ensure this microphone is used in a way that is about reflecting the values of our country.
Kamala, what you gonna do for black people?
Oh, we'll let her answer that.
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No.
It is very important to understand the difference between black grassroots and AstroTurf. I know a lot of these folks got a bunch of AstroTurf on their foreheads and the back of their necks. It looks crazy. Montel Williams jump off. She looks crazy. Low down Willie Brown's jump off. She looks crazy. Because these very same people who were against tangibles are now talking about get yours. Get yours. Exactly. And now Doug. Shout out to Project Leroy. He says she will bring her musty scamming cousins over here. Oh, well, I'm quite literally glad that won't be the case, at least as of now. We're going to get into some of the visa situations that are happening because guess what? Yeah, those Punjabis aren't going to be coming over here pretty soon either. Another great point. Did she say undocumented veterans that fought for our country? Like I said, just throwing anything at the wall. Let's go here, family.
In jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way. Line is, Senator Harris, when you were in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology. She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
It sounds like a whole different Kamala, right? Let's go here.
Who are not black to understand that hate crimes are still real. These things are. How do you get folks who are not black to understand that hate crimes are still real. These things are actually happening in the country, and they have to be dealt with and addressed. Because when you talk about that, folks go, "Oh no, these things are not happening." But the reality is they are, and African Americans still are number one when it comes to hate crimes being reported against us.
Well, I know that because I published the hate crimes report every year when I was Attorney General of California. And it is, to your point, about talking about it and making people clear that we have actually seen a spike in hate crimes across the board. And it does not help when you have somebody who is a former president and running to be president again, who is constantly fanning the flames of hate and division in our country. Constantly.
How do you get folks?
Remember when Snorlax got in front of Kamami because she paid him to? It was all about for the love of the money. Tethers would kill their own brother. This is the type of stuff that they were talking about. Now everybody has changed their tunes. Rodney, I appreciate that email that you just sent me, family. I will be using it. However, I won't be using it here today. On Sunday, I will be doing the broadcast, Important Asians. And this goes in completely with what I'm going to be speaking about on Sunday. So I will shout you out then. Much love to you for sending that over to me, family. Excuse me. Let's go here, family.
Even if she had always claimed to be an American Black, it's simply factual that she is not a foundational Black American. And again, that is why America has all of these provisions like affirmative action and set-asides and civil rights laws. It is because of the shame and guilt about slavery and Jim Crow, both little democratic enterprises, by the way. So it all has to be spent on Black Americans, not on any loser with a grievance from around the world. And that's what it's become. I listed in that column you mentioned, Peter, because it always makes me laugh that all the good diversity jobs are going to immigrants. There was Claudine Gay, the head of a lot of the affirmative action programs, and there are like 200 affirmative action or DEI administrators. They're Indians, a lot of Indians. And I went through all of the immigrant hosts on MSNBC. I forget, there are like 8 of them. And 3 or 4 foundational Black Americans. And I know, MSNBC, they're so proud of their diversity. No, it's not about diversity. It's about integrating Black Americans into mainstream American life and giving them benefits to make up for slavery and Jim Crow. I think some affirmative action programs went a little far and aren't really helping, but that's what it's about. And we've completely pretended to forget what the point of this was.
I wanted to play that clip because I want to remind you all, even the Republicans are using our talking points. They're speaking as if they rock with the Black grassroots. And I'm not under any illusion to say, oh, we should celebrate the Republicans because they understand us. None of that. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is when the Democrats do not do what they're supposed to do for us, Republicans utilize our talking points against them. That's how it's been going down for a while. Since 2016, Ann Coulter has been talking like this. Here's another thing. That James Fishback guy out here calling Brian Donalds a tether. You have, what's his name? I'm spacing on his name. Dude who used to be on Fox. The Silver Spoon baby. I forget his name. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson out here bringing up foundational Black Americans. And what this shows is that the Democrats is getting left behind when it comes to the talking points of the grassroots. Everybody has to follow what we're saying. And whether they like it or not, everybody is going to have to follow what we're doing. All of these people know the benefit of mimicking the black grassroots. Damon, you're absolutely correct there. That's probably a better name for him right there. But all of these people have to follow what is being said in the black grassroots. Otherwise, no matter where you stand, you're going to be left behind. And that's what a lot of these people are starting to see. If the Republicans aren't really rocking with us, then the Democrats will take something we're saying and use it against them. When the Democrats ain't really rocking with us, then the Republicans will take what we're saying and use it against them. But when foundational Black Americans are rocking the way we rock, we use our talking points, are what we readily say, against both damn parties. So the more that the Democratic Party tried to ignore us, the more you're going to hear more and more Republicans coming out with the same kind of rhetoric, because they know it's getting under the Democrats' skin. And vice versa. But the only people that can truly still only speak for foundational Black Americans are foundational Black Americans. No matter how much you mimic us, mimicking don't mean nothing. You're going to have to show us that you're going to do, or do, and then say, we did this for foundational Black Americans because it was deserved. Other than that, everything else is just god dang whispering sweet nothings. And I don't like for a person to whisper sweet nothings in my ear and then turn around and try to stab me in the neck. I'm not a sweet nothings kind of guy unless you're my girl. And even then, my girl would know not to come with no sweet nothings and then try to feed me poison. Now, I want to show y'all Kamala was being set up good. They tried to make her out to be the next Mahatma Gandhi. Y'all remember this?
My mother, who raised me and my sister, was a proud woman. She was a brown woman. She was a woman with a heavy accent.
And her mother, Shamla Gopalan, was also the biggest influence in Kamala Harris's life.
The answer is absolutely yes, Joe.
After the big announcement, Harris's sister wrote in a Twitter post, "You can't know who Kamala Harris is without knowing who our mother was." In 1958, a precocious 19-year-old Indian, Gopalan...
Your mother was a Punjabi. Your mother went in the kitchen cooking buttered chicken all the time. Your mother was the daughter of India's Attorney General. I know all I need to know about your mother.
Traveled thousands of miles from her home and family to pursue a doctorate in nutrition and endocrinology in America. She soon became an active civil rights crusader while studying at UC Berkeley.
But once she went there, she almost felt free. And she took part in politics. She used to bring a whole series of literature, leftist literature from Karl Popper's,
Family, notice, they say this all the time. They say this all the time, but they can never, ever produce any videotapes. This wasn't too long ago. We got videotapes. We got evidence of the things we were doing during civil rights. These folks will come out and say that this person was fighting for civil rights. This person was fighting for civil rights, but there's never any evidence. There's no videos. They always take one still shot of them being around some people, but there's no video proof to look. And the person that she's around, it's a Nabisco woman. He's talking about how she was out there fighting for civil rights. These are a bunch of Nabiscos. There's one black dude there, and it looks like he's just having a conversation with these folks. But everybody there are Nabiscos. How is she standing for civil rights? A lot of people don't ask those questions. Show me the videotape. If there's a picture like this, then there should be video evidence, right? Shouldn't the news? Because that's what it looks like this man works for. This man looks like he works for the news. He looked like he got a notepad in his hand, little briefcase. But if she was fighting for civil rights, whose side was she fighting on? Because one can say here, all these Nabiscos tell a whole different story. Exactly, my brother. That pic is telling. That picture is telling.
Studying at UC Berkeley.
But once she went there, she almost felt free. And she took part in politics. She used to bring a whole series of literature, leftist literature from Karl Popper's, he was a great philosopher.
In her book, Harris says, there is no title or honor on earth I'll treasure more than to say I am Shamla Gopalan Harris's daughter. Harris's visits to India with her mother kept her connected to her roots. Her grandfather, who had strong views on humanitarian issues, worked closely with officials to reallocate refugees. Their conversations had a strong influence on her.
Those walks along the beach in India really planted something in my mind and created a commitment in me before I even realized it.
Those long walks on the beach in India. I thought that you were on the bus being fought against when they were integrating schools. I thought you was the one out there screaming, freedom, freedom. What do you want for Christmas, little girl? Freedom, freedom. I thought that was you. Okay. All right. Continue.
Led me to where I am today.
Harris's maternal uncle, Gopalan Balachandran, who lives in Delhi, tells us how the senator turns to her amma, which means mother in Tamil, for guidance even after her death.
I don't have to tell her, make your mother proud. She said, what are you telling me? Everything that I do, I ask myself, would Amma approve of this?
Kamla in Hindi means lotus flower and is an important symbol in Indian culture, rooted deep in the bottom of the river. Very similar to Harris's Indian identity, which she wears on her sleeve. There's no doubt that the primary source of learning for Senator Harris was from her mother's experiences and the conversations that she had with her maternal grandfather when she visited India, which was very often.
Really? Because they was going around trying to tell us that she's a Black American. They were running around trying to tell us that everything that she didn't went through was due to her being a Black American. Even though, when she moved over here, she also moved out of the California over to Canada and went to school in Canada for most of her life. And then she came back in order to go to school. Continue.
Accompanying her mother or when the grandparents would visit them in America. Back to you, Rosemary.
I played that to remind you all about all of the cringy cosplaying this woman has been doing. Y'all remember this?
No, Taraji. Now, I wouldn't do that, especially not to a fellow bison. The real, ain't you? So what's on your mind?
More boule crap. But continue.
Oh, Madam VP Harris, I'm worried about the election.
Women's reproductive rights are on the line. Our Supreme Court is on the line. Our basic freedoms are being tested, Madam VP. I know you've been traveling across the country. What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. I'm out here in these streets. Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. 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 And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they're not like us.
You're not like us. What are we talking about here? When their rhetoric goes wrong, that's what we're talking about here. When their rhetoric goes wrong, they have to try and do and say and move like the black grassroots. And to that, we must say,
Send in the clowns. Those daffy, laffy clowns. Send in those soulful and doleful schmotes by the bowlful clowns. Send in the clowns.
They're already here.
They not. There's a full-on attack on our fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote. Yep. The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom for a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do. No, Taraji. Now,
if that didn't get you, I'm sure this one will.
I need everybody to come make noise for Miss Harris. Make noise for Miss Harris. Our future president. Let's get this done, Atlanta. Let's get this done, Atlanta. People, I need everybody to come make noise for Miss Harris. Make noise for Miss Harris. Our future president. Let's get this done, Atlanta. Let's get this done, Atlanta. People, I need everybody to come make noise for Miss Harris. Make noise for Miss Harris. Our future president.
Well, Megan, you weren't right at all. This does not age well at all, Megan. This does not age well at all, Megan. Maybe it's the stallion in you. Well, because a stallion is a male horse. I don't know why she would call herself Meg the Stallion, but still, I digress. Mrs. Stallion, you were totally incorrect, and this whole clip does not age well whatsoever. Family, when their rhetoric goes wrong, they do everything, including trying to include the most degenerate nonsense instead of just bringing us policy. Instead of just bringing us policy, we was very clear of what we wanted. We didn't want, nobody said, hey, you know what would be nice? Go ahead and put Meg the Stallion on stage and have her shake her funky ass in front of us. And if anybody didn't see it the way that I saw it, maybe you need to step back and get your head checked. Oh, well, she's a woman. You shouldn't talk about her like that. Anybody who is impeding our power, anybody who's being used can get it. She want to sit there and shake her funky ass. I'ma say she got a funky ass. When I was growing up, anytime you do something that was out of pocket, my uncle or my grandfather, they would say some of the most outlandish stuff, and they would end it with your funky ass. Like one day I got into a little scuffle with my little sister, and my grandfather wasn't having it. He was like, both of you take your funky asses in your room before I get a belt and I cleanse this whole house. Yeah, okay. That was it. That was done. Out of there. So when I say funky asses, I mean what I say. The strip club culture, all that nonsense, that is not politics. And nor would it bring out anybody to participate in politics. Now, with that being said, there's only 3 more things I want to show you, then we're going to be out of here, family. The first thing is, ever since our good brother Black Alpha, I was about to say Black Truth, but shout out to Black Truth and our good brother Black Alpha. Ever since our good brother Black Alpha ran up on Kamala and told her what he told her when he said that we're not going to allow you to use our history in order to give everything else to a bunch of illegals and everything else. When our good brother ran up on her, what our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon, she must have took it into account because I hadn't heard a damn thing from her in a while. She's been silent. Well, family, she popped up again. And she popped up in a place where I least suspected, at a WNBA game. And family, I want you to hear the music. Listen to the music in the background when they announce Kamala Harris.
The 49th Vice President of the United States and former Second Gentleman, Douglas Emhoff.
Whoever the DJ was, they need their ass whipped. In case you couldn't hear the music in the background, family, when they introduced Kamala Harris, they played Aaron Hall in the background. I thought you'd be with me forever, but I guess someone took your place. Took the place of me loving you and making love to you all through the night. They took that song and put it behind Kamala. And I bet you if you ask anybody what the hell they miss about her, nobody would be able to give you any type of answer. I miss the way she used to talk about washing collard greens in the bathtub. I miss the way she, would tap dance and try to dance like us, knowing she ain't got no rhythm. I missed the way she would maniacally laugh for no reason when we're having a serious conversation. Tell me, can't not one mother lover who loves Kamala tell us what the hell they love about Kamala without telling a lie, without keeping a straight damn face and cracking it up? And I'll add one more, without bringing up anybody on the Republican side. Don't bring up Donald Trump. Don't bring up the Republicans. Tell me why you miss Kamala. And they won't be able to do it. In the very same way, these Republicans will come to us and say the Democrats are doing this, this, and this. This is why you should vote for us. Tell me why I should vote for you without mentioning the Democrats. Go. And that's the thing that we've been dealing with. A bunch of people playing like politics. A bunch of people who want to love on their politicians. I ain't loving on neither one of you bitches. All of y'all work for us. You work for us. I don't need to show you love. I give you a paycheck. And that's what a lot of people do not get. I don't have to like you if I'm paying you. I don't have to love you. I'm paying you. You're getting monetary gains out of me. And you got all these people running around saying, well, you must like Trump then. I don't like him either. It's about who's bringing me tangible resources to my community. And y'all need us to get up in that office. The Republicans, we can let crash and burn all damn day. But it's the Democrats that need us to put them on the big stage. We're the ringmasters, regardless of whether they like it or not. We decide who gets put on the big stage and who stays back in the other tent. And if you do not do what we told you to do, well, just like every other clown in the circus that don't do what the ringleader tells them to do, you get fired. Because we're your boss. You work for us, not the other way around. And way too many politicians on the Democratic and Republican side has helped people forget that point. All of these politicians work for the American citizens. And we have the right to hold each and every one of them accountable. And we have our right to turn our backs on each and every one of them who don't want to see Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, practice upward mobility. Now, they interviewed her. Let's hear, and I'm listening to this for the first time with you, family. Let's hear if they ask her anything substantial and if she has any real answers.
I know you're a huge basketball fan. How do women do it better?
Oh, that's a big question about so many things. You know, but what these women are doing is they're also, especially in the last few years, they have been undeterred, around what other people may have in terms of limited expectations of the sport. And they are not listening. They are not paying attention. They know their excellence. They know their popularity. I mean, look at these crowds. And they are leading. And it is so exciting to see how they are, again, helping people understand that sometimes it's important to not be limited and not allow your ambition to be limited by other people's limited ability to see your capacity, right?
You have been a pioneer. These women have continued to push. I know you're a huge basketball.
So, long story short, no, they didn't ask her anything that was of substance. And even with a question that wasn't of substance, it was just a tangled up word salad. Tangled up word salad. Shout out to Tobias Yuda in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here as always. Shalom to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Church, always on point, brother. Much appreciated, family. Much appreciations to you as well, my brother. Much love to you, and thank you once again for your contribution. Family, that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. They asked her some asinine question like, how do women do it better?
I know you're a huge basketball fan. How do women do it better?
Oh, that's a big question about so many things.
If you're talking about playing basketball, if that was the case, then the NAACP, excuse me, let me rephrase that. That's incorrect. If women do it better, if you're talking about basketball, then the NBA would not be subsidizing the WNBA. Let me say that again. If you're talking about basketball, if women do it better, then the NBA would not be subsidizing the WNBA. The WNBA would not be complaining about the pays difference between men and women because they would be bringing in enough sponsorships. They would be bringing in enough fans in order to break even. That is not happening. And this isn't a dig to any one of those players out there. I think that a lot of them are very talented. Now, I don't watch too many sports, but when I do, if I see a WNBA game on, I might just stop and see who's playing just to see how they're playing, just to see, you know what I'm saying, if I like it a little more. But I'll say this. Just because they play well does not mean that they play better. For example, when it comes to basketball, I play well. Growing up, I used to be a point guard in middle school. And when it comes to threes, to this very day, I am one of the wettest three-point shooters you will ever come across if given the opportunity. But put me up against somebody from the league. I will admit, I play well. I'm one of the best three-pointers of the neighborhood. Take me anywhere with a basketball court. I'm going to wet it. I'm going to wet it as much as I can. But put me up against somebody like Steph Curry, who shoots 100 three-pointers a day. I'm not going to say I'm better than. Put me up against anybody in the league who does this every single day, who trains every single day for it. And I'm not going to say that I'm better than them. I'll say I can play as well, maybe. I can say I can play. Yeah, sure. But I'm not about to go into my Prince aura. I'm not about to say, hey, let's play this pickup game, kick their ass, and then go make pancakes. That's not how this works. So when it comes to the WNBA, As good as them ladies are, the question at its face is upside down. The question on its face is upside down.
I know you're a huge basketball fan. How do women do it better?
Oh, that's a big question about so many things.
One that she could not answer with a straight face. Church, shoot some videos of those threes. Oh, you want to see those three? Okay. I'll look into that next time I go play some ball. I'll take my my selfie recorder there and I'll shoot some threes on you. Because like I said, I'm a wetter. I'll get you wet. Pause. Well, actually, no pause. Because yeah. I will wet it down. God dang it. Anyway. Let's go here before we get up out of here because I want to show you one more thing. She went back there to speak to the players. And this is what the players had to endure. Let's go here.
And you are having an incredible impact. I travel our country. Young girls, boys, people of every gender, background, race, watch the W. And understand how inspiring it is. So keep doing what you're doing. You guys are impacting people who you may never meet, people who may never know your names or mine, but they are aware of what you are doing. And it is giving them a sense of their value and their dignity and what they have a right to expect from this world. So congratulations on this game, but congratulations as much as anything else for the path you guys are charting. It is extraordinary to watch. That's it. Together on three. One, two, three. Together!
Together what? What is going on together? I'm confused here. I'm highly confused. But family, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I got for you here today. These people here, they know god dang well what they're doing. And they're hoping that people who isn't really too keen on watching the black grassroots, the new black media, who isn't very knowledgeable about exactly who is and who isn't in the new black media, they're hoping that they can pull some of those people into their viewership because most of their viewership are starting to leave to come to people such as myself, Black Alpha, Beatzilla, Tariq, Jason Black, our sister Nikki, our sister Brooke, our brother Divine, our sister K Fighter. Shout out to the bridge at Thorough Black Talk. There are so many people that are leaving to hear the new black media, whether it's Breeze Omega, Jesse Paris, or anybody else. Lisa Cabrera, Torian Reigns. All these people are leaving the old black media, the dead media, to come somewhere that actually speaks truth to power and just lay it out flat on the line. Make it simple, make it plain. We're not here to play with your emotions. We're not here to play with your intelligence. That's what's going to turn a lot of people away. When you play with their emotions, when you play with their intelligence. Because the one thing you cannot do is disrespect the foundational and think it's going to fly. And more people are starting to realize that they've been disrespected to their face. Shout out to Chris Radio, Much love to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate all your contributions, my warrior brother. And Coulter like FBA pipe. Now she's an FBA pal. Not an FBA pal. Oh, hell no. Is that, do you put her on a leash and you carry her wherever you go? I'm confused. I'm confused. You got to clarify. And shout out to you for this one as well. Megan the Hoe didn't do her any favors, and you are not lying. You are not lying. Family, with that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. Whether they're in or out of our families, everybody got somebody who think these people are real. Make sure we get this message out to them. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. In closing, for all my brothers and sisters who questioned whether or not we're making the right moves, whether or not our message is resonating with people, whether or not we're doing the right thing. Well, all you got to do is look at the people who's doing the wrong thing and see how they mimic us in order to make it look like they're doing the right thing. You all are great. You all are so great. Your no is more powerful than anything, and I mean anything, these bootlicks can come with. And yes, there's going to be people who still listens to these buffoons, these tap dancing coons. And they'll say, well, I don't agree with everything they say, but they do be speaking truth to power a lot. And then you'll have people who walked away and really realized, like, wait a second, if y'all are taking up their talking points, then why do we need to listen to y'all? Y'all behind the curve. These folks are in front of it. So instead of looking at us as people who are doing wrong, they can then look back behind them after moving away from them and be like, damn, I never noticed it before. But many of you,
you's a cool nigga.
And then once they realize that fact, every time these people come around trying to convince them, hey, this is in your best interest, they think back to everything that we didn't put on the table for them. They think back to everything that they didn't heard from the real grassroots. They think back to everything these people did and said. They start to gain that long memory that we talk about over here on this network. They gain that long memory, and then they start to remember all the things that these people have done and all the things that they said and the things that they refused to do. And then they turn around and tell them just like this.
Get away from here with your nasty self and take those white people with you. You know how white people smell after the rain, like wet potato chips. Now get out of here.
And family, to all my brothers and sisters out there who understand your power, shout out to you. And shout out to Jordan Walker once again for breaking records. But just so you know, family, this is what you're made for. This is what we do. So, whether or not you understand your power, just know that it's on full display. And if you don't understand your power in every area, in every situation, in every obstacle, well, let me take the time to remind each and every one of you how great you truly are.
You're black, they're white. This ain't hockey. Guys, I think what Coach is trying to say is that the key word is teamwork. No, the key word is you're black, they're white.
So, Coach, what you're saying is if we just walk with the Lord.
The Lord, nigga, the Lord done did his part already. He made you black. He made them white.
A B1 salute to each and every one of you. I'd like to thank my mods, my members, everybody that donated by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anywhere else. If they never, ever, ever, ever admit it, you will always be great. You will always be great, and you will always survive. Why? Because it's very simple.
You're black, they're white. This ain't hockey. Guys, I think what Coach is trying to say is that the key word is teamwork. No, the key word is you're black, they're white.
So, Coach, what you're saying is if we just walk with the Lord.
The Lord, nigga, the Lord done did his part already. He made you black. He made them white.
With that being said, family and friends, stay black, stay safe, and most importantly, family, stay foundational. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm off.